What's up? What's up, family? Come on in here. Come on in here. Let me find my iPad. 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna wait for everybody to get out here. Excuse me, Rio. Sorry for hold on. 1 second, y'all. What's going on, family? What's going on? Come on in here. What's going on? Ooh. Let's see who I got in the house. Let's see who I got. What's up? What's up? What's up? Hold on. Let me check and see. All right, y'all. Come on up in here. Come on up in here. Okay, Saints. What's up? What's up? I know everybody on a holiday today. You know, it's the holiday of our oppressors. But we still on a holiday. Everybody off today, possibly. I know I am. So, hey, y'all. What's up? What's up? Let's see who I got in here. We got Rev C. What's going on? Y'all been. I'm finna say that wrong. Hello, hello. Errol Spike, Tia, y'all. Andrew Bell, y'all daughter 57, Saint Moon. Oh man, what's up, y'all? What's up? What's up? I didn't know he had Curious had a live, so I'm sorry, y'all. I'm coughing a little bit. But what's going on? Who I got in here? Who I got? So y'all, I'm trying to get back into the swing of things. So come on in here. We'll talk about it. I need some coffee, but I've had too much. I had already 1 cup of coffee. So I ain't gonna bed till late last night. So I know they hella days, but it's an off day today. I don't have to be on the plantation. That's how I'm looking at it. Like, yeah. I love not going to work. So I'm off today. So let's see who I got in here. Who I got? Let's see. Who do I have in the house? Y'all got my hair wrapped because under here I got it braided and rolled up so that it can kind of look a certain way tomorrow. So I'm gonna have this on all day. Y'all, excuse me for the cough. I'm drinking water and I drank some water too fast before I got on the live. So it's the little aftermath of drinking that water too fast. Oh, that time and a half. I love it. Whatever, Revsy. What is the temperature here? It is. Let me see. Let me find weather on here. Ooh, where's my weather app? Hold on. Let me see what the temperature is. Where's the weather app on this? Yeah, I'm still learning this little watch. Oh, here it is. It is 81 degrees. I think it's 81. But it's kind of cool here. So y'all, upcoming shows. So yesterday I told y'all when I was at the train station, and I promised y'all I was gonna come back on, and I ended up going to dinner with some friends and looked up, and we ended up hanging out to wee hours of the night. So, and I'm old, I can't do all that. So I'm totally out of it right now. But I wanted to get back on and say, I am, and y'all excuse my little chairs. I'm still rearranging my apartment. Y'all, this tiny apartment in New York is withering at my nerves. Jesus. When my lease is up, I may end up either buying a house, but it's so, I don't know. I may, if we still here, I'll probably go to Jersey. I want to stay in New York. I like New York. I just got to find something bigger. But thank you. Wait a minute. Where have you Ben Moses, we done missed you. Thank you so much. We done miss Moses, y'all. Where is Rio? Rio is under here. I bought him some of those little chew bones. Thank you, y'all daughter. Thank you for your super chat. Thank you so much. I bought him some of these little bones, these little chew bones. So what I'm gonna do is, whenever I'm going live, I'm gonna give it to him, and he sits quietly. He sits quietly and eats the bone. I don't hear it. Y'all hear nothing. Quiet. He's right next to me. And I got him at Target, and they just these little rawhide chew bones, and they very small. They're about this big, about this wide, and he chews on it, and he's quiet. I don't have to hear from him. So when I do that live on Thursday, I'm gonna be like here, and I won't hear anything from him, and he loves them. He loves them. I think they chicken and cheese flavored, and he just satisfied and ain't bothering me, not tearing stuff up. He like to chew on things because he's a puppy. So getting this right here occupies his time. But back to this, Rob Moses, where have you been? I was actually looking for your. I think I emailed you, Rob Moses, to check and see how you were doing. This was a while back because everybody kept saying, "Where's Rob Moses?" Rob Moses has been crazy since you've been on. A whole lot been going on. So if you ain't been watching, if you want to play catch up, it's gonna take you a minute. But it's been a lot going on. So, but back to what I mentioned earlier. And I took a little hiatus, and I talked about this earlier when I was on the train, and I ended up having that. I thought I was gonna have a few minutes because the thing on the little, I guess, kiosk or whatever they have to tell you when the next train is coming, the subway coming. I thought I had about 5 minutes to talk to y'all, and then all of a sudden it popped up. So, but I just want to say, before I get started, I just want to say welcome back, Rob Moses. I feel good now that I know you good. But so back to the original scheduled programming, and y'all know I'm all over the place. I took a little hiatus. I took a long hiatus. And I miss the South too. I do miss the South. I'll say that much. I do miss it. But back to my point. Because she said, come back to the South. I do miss it a little bit. But I took a hiatus. I was people don't realize doing YouTubes can burn you out. When you're doing YouTubes, working, I had just moved again, took a new job on, and learning the new job. Really not even learning. I ended up y'all know how y'all take a job and you're an expert in something. You don't have time to have that little new job honeymoon period. I went straight in. If anybody does it, if anybody knows me, I'm in IT, and I do a lot of consulting work. And the consulting work I do deals with like process engineering, looking at processes, trying to figure out where are your bottlenecks and how you can't get things done. Then when I find the culprit, I have to go in and fix it. And it's not even like technical, like programming. It's just processes. I don't have my ITIL. I need my ITIL. I do a lot of ITIL work. I deal in change, incident, and problem. But you go in and you look at processes and you try to identify what the issue is, why y'all not working, and then you find it. Then you got to snatch everything out, clean it up, start all over again, get everybody good with the process. Everybody whining and complaining, fussing, and it's been long. It's been long. So I was brought in as an expert to do something, and you take on a role, and when you first take it, you think, oh, this isn't a lot. It's an easy fix. This is easy fix. The framework is there. It's an easy fix. And as you dig, you're like, what the crap? The more I dug, the more I was like, Ooh, I want to go back to my old job. That's how it is. I'm grateful to y'all though. I'm grateful to y'all. So that's what I've been doing. Then getting comfortable with the culture here. One thing people didn't know is my car broke down. My truck, oh my favorite. Out of all the vehicles I've ever had, my last truck, I had a Volkswagen Atlas, was my favorite. I never had a problem with it. Ever had a problem with it. Ever. Never had a problem with it. No, I did. I had one problem. That was the air conditioning. It cost me like $300. But outside of that, I ain't never had no problems at that truck. I did put a lot of miles on it because I like to drive and I like to travel. So we get here and was driving I forgot where I was going. I was somewhere in downtown Brooklyn and my car overheated. And actually my dad is was here visiting me, and he saw it. He said, "Your car's smoking." Um, oh wow, we praying for you, Ron Moses. We are praying for you. We praying for you. Love you when we missed you. Email me when you get a chance. But yeah, we kind of missed you. But car started smoking. So all of a sudden, I'm in the middle of downtown Brooklyn, um, driving, and people are just rude. They blowing their horn. So I'm having to pull over to the side, and my car just, and I'm like, oh my God, not my truck, not my truck. So I took it to the dealership and found out I needed engine head. What is it? Brand new engine head. Warranty had expired, but had an extended warranty. I had taken good care of my car, always had oil changes, always made sure that I was very timely on my oil changes because I'm the type of person I need my car. For some reason, because they kept saying, well, we need proof that you took care of your car. Well, I'm the type of person, when I get an oil changed, I go to the dealership. I don't never take it to these other places. I go straight to the dealership because that's how they keep good track of, if something ever happens, I can keep track of it and go straight to the dealership, and they have that in the system of record. So they tried to say, you didn't take care of your car. We need proof. And I said, okay, I got proof. Faithfully, every 10,000 miles, maybe at the max 11, but every 10,000 miles. Uh, yeah, I blew a head gasket. That's what it was. But showed proof. So they got quiet with that. They said, well, it's a mileage discrepancy. I said, well, I don't have anything to do with what the dealership captures with the mileage. I said, so what else? So they was trying to find everything possible, and then they just ultimately denied the work. By that time, I had lost it. But I had been in New York for 2 months, and about a month or two. And the thing is about being in New York, you can be without a car. And me and my daughter were without a car for about a month and a half. Because one, the dealership was taking a long time, and I'm going back and forth, and trying to get the warranty, folks, to go ahead and do what they're gonna do. Y'all don't ever get an extended warranty. It's a waste of money. And this is supposed to be one of the best ones. Um, I ended up having to trade my truck again. Cause gas is so expensive. I said I'm not getting that big old Atlas anymore because it's just me and my daughter. I don't need no third row seat when it's just me and her. Oh yeah, they thought I was stupid. So yeah, he said, yeah, they were playing games. They thought I was stupid. So I ended up saying, you know what, I'm a downsize. So I ended up going with a smaller. I like Volkswagen. Two cars I do like. I like Volkswagen and I like Volvo. Um, they got a lot of Alpha. What is it called? Alfa Romeos out here. I was even slick looking at that. They're not expensive at all, y'all. I was like, this isn't a, but yeah, that I wasn't gonna go from a new to pre-owned, and pre-owned would have been ridiculous in mileage coming in the door. So I was like, no, I'm just gonna get something new. And I ended up getting a smaller SUV. So I was dealing with that. I had to sit it out for a second and just get that together. Then I started a new job, like I said, and trying to figure this out. But that month and a half, me and my daughter had to catch the subway everywhere. Ever everywhere. Even to the grocery store, even the subway or an Uber. And Ubers are horribly expensive sometimes. So that's what I've been working with. And I'm trying to do little lives here and there. Here we go. Here. Did not to mention a new puppy. There you go. So I Benz. He said no, Benz. I've never had a Benz before. I don't know why I've never had a desire for a Benz. I've always had a desire for a BMW, but I said the day that I buy a BMW is the day that I own some property. I'm not finna do that. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do as far as if I'm gonna buy some property, buy some land. I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out in the next year or two. Um, but um, but yeah, I had that. Oh yeah, praise y'all anyway. I praise y'all for being able to get something. So I ended up, even now, y'all, cars are more expensive, much more expensive than they were just 3, 4 years ago. I mean, extremely expensive. Because I was not gonna go back into the SUV. I was just gonna go with a sedan, and I was looking at the Passat. I said I'll go ahead and just get a Passat. It's just me. And like I said, I like Volkswagen. Um, it's just me. Um, I'll just get this Passat, and I'm good, and pay that off really quick. I'm good. And how about they had no more Passats in the dealership? None. The car shortage is real, like for real. Like it's pretty much like you had to pick what they had. And I wasn't going back up to the Atlas. They had a few Atlas, and I was like, I'm not going back to that because I need to downsize. They had one, the sports car of the Volkswagen, but that was heck of expensive, and I'm not spending that type of money at all. Period. I refuse to spend that on a Volkswagen. I'm just gonna go ahead and get a BMW if I'm going to spend that, but I'm not getting that right now. Um, but Passat seemed to be the most reasonable thing. They didn't have not one in the lot, and they said it was going to be months before they had another one. Then they had two Jettas coming, and I didn't want to go all the way down to a Jetta, even though I like Jettas, but I wanted to kind of stay like, either the Passat or I was shooting for that. And but the two Jettas they only had two coming, and the two that they had already been had uh, I guess a payment on it to hold it because they wanted to buy it. Somebody wanted to buy it, so they put a hold on it. But yeah, there is really a car shortage. They had the Tigua and Atlas, and they had that high end that I was not gonna buy that high. I'm cheap, y'all, when it comes to a car. I'm the type of I'm not really cheap, but cars lose their value as soon as you pull it off the lot. And I was like, I guess I'm gonna go with this. So I ended up going with the Tigua, and it was a pretty good truck. It's pretty good. Um, I don't know if I'm gonna keep it though. I'm gonna be honest, y'all. Um, Somebody said Volkswagens are garbage. Oh, I've never had problems with my. The one problem I had, and that's because I put a lot of miles on it. I think if I didn't put a lot of miles on that truck, I probably would still have it now. Um, because I traveled all the time. So you know what, I heard that Toyota and Lexus holds their values. I was actually looking at a Lexus, and Lexus had some it had too many miles on it. They was trying to get me go pre-owned for a minute, and I'm not buying anything that's got 15, 20,000 miles on it. No, no, no. So I ended up getting the Volkswagen, so Tiguan, and it's a nice little SUV. It's not big. It's not. It's got a hatchback, so if I want to move some stuff around, I can. But it only took premium gas. I am kind of happy now that I did not get that Passat. You just said that because that Tiguan takes a regular. But yeah, that Passat, y'all don't realize I've always loved Volkswagen Passats. I've always loved them. I always wanted one. And I was like, you know what? I'm getting one. I'm finna get rid of this SUV. I'm finna just go ahead and get me this little Passat and I'm good. And we got to the dealership. Not one Passat was on the lot. No Jettas on the lot. They had the Tio, whatever you call it, and the Tiguan. That's all they had. And that one high end, I forgot the name of it. That high end Volkswagen. It's like a sports car. Not finna spend. Not finna spend $60,000, $50,000 on a Volkswagen. Not finna do it. Not finna do it. I refuse. Um, I'm sorry, y'all. My phone ringing. So I ended up getting, like I said, the little. Am I gonna keep it though? I don't know. But man, Tiggle, I take that good old regular. I'm finna get country regular. That good old regular. And see that Atlas took regular. I'm gonna say I'm country. You know what I mean? Regular. But I was spending $80 and $90 at the gas pump, and I was like, I think the last time I went fill my tank up, it was like almost $80. I said, this is crazy. The little Tigua, I spent like almost $50. But it was almost 90 when I was trying to fill that Atlas up. I was like, oh my goodness. But yeah, I'm good. I'm good with what I got. So I've been with that. So it was a lot going on for the past couple of months. Moving to New York was like an extremely major change. Am I happy about my change? Yes. Do I miss my mama? Yes, I'm having that. I'm missing my mama. I ain't never thought I was gonna miss her like this. I call her and I just be like, I miss you, ma'am. What is going on? Um, I miss my mama. I miss my mama. I miss that lady. So I went through that, and it's just moving here. I love it. I enjoy it. Um, I just enjoy the area. It's new though. Somebody said, "Where's Rio?" Rio is right here. I'm gonna change this to the Rio show. I be getting messages about Rio. I'm like, Rio is fine. I'm messing with you, but Rio is right here under my feet, chewing on his little chew bone quietly. Um, so been dealing with him. Y'all, I feel like I've been gooped on getting this dog. I thought it was gonna be a regular. I'm being country size cocker spaniel. He is 6 months now. Took him to the vet. He weighs 30 pounds. I was like, what? Thank you so much. Thank you for your super chat. It has been a long time. JSBS, thank you so much for your super chat. So, Rio is officially, I'm glad to see y'all too. QT, I am glad to see y'all as well. But yeah, he 30 pounds, y'all. And he only 6 months. And I don't think this ninja is done growing. I will say that much. Uh, But you got 2 pit bulls. Yeah, they are. Uterized. He got 2 pit bulls. I got one scruffy pup. He is too heavy for me to pick up. Y'all remember when I first got him? I picked him up. He was small. Uh-uh. And he still thinks he's supposed to get picked up. And I'm like, yo, you are almost 30 some odd pounds. I can't pick you up. Sorry. You're not going to throw my back out today. Sorry. And he thinks he still gets picked up. So, but yeah, y'all, I am, like I said, but I had taken a little break. Um, she said I only have pet peeves. Ruhama is being extra. I had taken a break. Plus, y'all know when the YouTube stuff get to cracking. I said I got too much. I'm gonna be honest. I had so much going on, and I would be getting on these channels and stuff. One being brand, I started getting in my flesh. And if y'all looked at the last one, I actually felt myself going into my flesh where I was Steven, what's going on? I felt myself going into my flesh where I was getting ready to cuss. And I said, yay, it's time for me to take a little break, chill. Because I felt myself going there. I felt myself, you can, every time when you're on a panel, and regardless of what you say, good, bad, or indifferent, people attack you, you just be like, you know what? I don't give a big what y'all think. One day I was ready to go there, and I knew then. I said it's time for a break. It really is, because I felt myself going to that place of y'all can. I was there mentally, and I said, "Flesh, you are tired. You are tired, and I mean your spirit. My spirit was tired. My spirit was exhausted. That my flesh was like, oh, but we can take over. I take it from here. And it was like, oh, no, 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 no. Let me see. You got to have wisdom when you're in this place, because I tell people this. What a lot of people do on these channels, some people don't think that we're still human, or we still struggle with our flesh. And some people do that. And but you got to have wisdom to say, yeah, my flesh is rising and my spirit is tired and weary. Let me take a break. No, we keep going because we keep going for the people, and don't realize that it's no longer ministry. Now you're ministering with the flesh and not with the spirit. Um, so you need to take a break. But within that break, I've been visiting an assembly, which I like, and I've been going there um, just to recharge. I need that. But I felt myself going into my flesh, and that's where you have to have wisdom when you're doing these type of things to say, time to take a break. You don't want to. You don't want to be. Um, you don't want the people to see you lose it. And I was at the point because I mean I'm fine with being on the hot seat. I tell people that's how I came up in the YouTube, what you call YouTube streets, in the hot seat. See you later, y'all daughter 57. Um, I came up in it and came up on the hot seat. So being on a hot seat never bothered me. But it was that plus this, plus that, plus this, plus that, plus that, plus that. And it was like, oh no, 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 no. You got too much going on. Take a break. So I had to take a break. Yeah, that's sad. They kicked you off. I can uh, when that's all you see is red and that's all you want is blood, you tend to, and a lot of those people in that chat on Berean's channel, they don't hear what people are saying. They hear what they want to hear. So I hate that they kicked you off. Um, but that's just how they do things over there. And yeah, I was like, this is crazy. This is crazy. So I kind of took a little. a little break. Um, and I'm still breaking, taking a break. I'm gonna be honest. I dipped out. I said, this. I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I was just finna just put my channel on hold for a second and just take a break. And I was finna take a long break, a real long break. I was getting ready to break, and I was still gonna do things like this, and probably do like little things on the news here and there, like I used to do. And that's what I was getting ready. I said I'm just gonna go back to my original scheduled programming. I wasn't gonna have a bunch of guests on. I was just gonna say, and it was a few people pulling at me. As much as y'all talk about Don was like, E, you need to get back and get back in the saddle. And I was like, taking a break. So Tonio, get back in the saddle. I was like, Dante would say things on his lives to say, if Sister E will be consistent, her numbers can grow. Still, I was like, taking a break. Tay on them, when are you doing another live? Pastor Kelly, it was like, sis, you need to do, taking a break. And I wasn't planning to come back for a good little minute, y'all. I promise y'all. I was really looking. I'm gonna tell y'all how bad it is. My camera is in my bag. I used my camera one time when we did that live, and I took it apart and put it back in my bag. I cannot find my mic. It's somewhere in one of these boxes that's in storage now. But I wasn't even upset about that. I couldn't find my mic. I still ain't found my mic. And I was like, I'm fine. Then, not to mention, I don't have an office. So I'm like, they going to see my life behind me, even though I could get my little thing to hide. But I don't have any room. If I go get that, that's going to make it more cluttered in here. So I was like, I'm going to take a break. Baby, I was honestly thinking about taking the whole year off, y'all. I was finna kick it for a whole year and just take a break. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be real with y'all. I was going to take a break. I wasn't going to do no conversations. And I kept trying to push myself to do it. But the more I pushed myself, the more I was just like, yeah, I'm finna check out. I know. You gotta let those people just be. They don't know that we people too just like them, but that's just how it is. But I was gonna take a year. I was like, I'm gonna focus on me. I'm gonna chill. And I was thinking about, I did the thing on demons. And I was, y'all noticed I wasn't my normal self. Go back and look in that video when we did demons. I'm gonna be honest, I was checked out. I was just there. I was like, everybody else want to do this show on demons. I'm gonna do it. I said I was gonna do something on polygamy. I was like, I just could not find my, like, come on, let's go. It was just, I'm just gonna do it. And then I had made a decision. I said, I'm finna just chill. I said, because I'm not here. I'm not mentally there because of work, move, foolishness is going. I was honestly getting ready to take a break. Then I talked to Angie Love. And me and Angie Love, y'all know her. I talk to her almost every day on the phone. I wanted her to pray for me about something else. And she said, I'm gonna call Brew Queen. Y'all know Brew Queen. Brew Queen got on the phone and we started praying about something else. And Brew Queen made first Brew Queen, I prayed, Angie prayed, and then Brew Queen prayed. Brew Queen came right behind it and said, Sister E, you ain't been doing no lives lately. I sat there and I was like, yep, I'm not here for it. Not. I said, I'm checked out, y'all. And I told her, I said, I'm tired. I am. I honestly can say I'm tired. I was like, I'm tired. I'm tired. I said, I'm juggling a lot. And I said, I'm tired. And Brew Queen gave me a word. And that word was to go back. That you have work to do, pretty much. And she said, think about all the people that love to hear your voice. And you love to see them because y'all don't realize sometimes y'all are ministry to me as well. Um, well, y'all always are. Y'all are always encouraging. She said, go back. I was like, I'm tired. I'm tired, Brooke Queen. She said, go back. Do you realize the Most High, you got a work to do? And I sat on the phone with him. We prayed. And we prayed. And I cried. We prayed. And I'm back. Now, am I still tired? Somewhat. I am. I'm still a little tired. You can even tell that I'm tired. But sometimes you got to run the race when you're tired. You ain't always want to be into it. Your heart ain't always be into it. And I'm not saying my heart is not into my channel. I love my channel. I love the people that I deal with. I love y'all. But I mean, I honestly was even thinking about just taking it behind the Patreon and we all just have family conversation. That's how it was. I was like, I can't anymore. I'm tired. But what is this dog? He's chewing on this box. I don't know. You still chewing on your little thing. I was tired. And I'm still a little tired. So just pray my strength to get back into the swing of things. Because again, I just needed a break, man. I'm sorry. I just y'all been doing this since 2000. When did I start? I started out with Berean, and I left Berean and then started my channel. I can't remember when I started, but I've been doing this for a good little minute. And not just this, but been doing this, going to war constantly. And I'm just like, I'm tired. I'm tired, Saints. I was like, and times like this, yep, it is. It is. So um I'm back. Um I'm still tired, but I'm praying, like I said, that the Most High continually gives me strength to continue on with these conversations and these dialogues. I have ideas. I'm the type of I have a bunch of ideas. Um, but do I feel like doing it sometimes? No. But um, family, can you pray for Kelly right now? She needs us. Kelly, y'all pray for Kelly. Keep Kelly lifted. But yeah, I just grew weary, grew weary. Um, but I'm good now. I'm good. I am segueing into what we're getting ready to do. I'm about to have a conversation about the millennial kingdom. Um, it's gonna be heated. Um, it's gonna be a heated conversation. But I'm here for it. Y'all know I'm here for the heated conversation. Um, it's gonna be Rev C. He's gonna be up here. If y'all have ever heard of Dispensational Tim, he used to be on Berean's channel too. He's gonna be up here. Don Bird is gonna be up here. Who else on the lineup? Zadok is gonna be up on the stage, and there's one more person. I'm reaching out to a few other people. I'm gonna see if Teo and Kelly. I haven't reached out to them yet, but And I think Satonio, a couple of others. You know what? I love Dante's computer emojis. Yeah, that makes my day. If that day when Angel Man growled up here and I saw Dante's computer emoji, y'all don't realize how that makes me laugh. Yeah, that made me laugh so hard. But thank you, Dante, for your super chat, my brother. Dante coming up here too. You know how he get. Oh, Dante and G Man, that was comedy gold. That right there, now that right there was good. That was good. Oh, that was so good. But we're gonna talk about this millennial kingdom. Back on that. There are some that don't believe in the millennial kingdom. Some believe that the millennial kingdom has already happened. Some believe that it's spiritual. Some believe that it's physical. Some it's just so many. I haven't seen that. I call his name. I called Dante's name and he appeared. I love it. Dante, Dante, Dante. Um, I know y'all. I know y'all thoughts of about Don. Y'all know me. I'm gonna bring people up. Don has some great points. Sometimes though Don is a little off, and I just like Don. I don't agree with you. Oh, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with him on the demons thing. But that's just his point of view. One thing I do not want, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm getting a little energy now. Right now. I'm gonna be honest. I'm tired right now because I didn't go to bed till 4 o'clock this morning. So I'm just gonna be honest. Um, I think that's another reason why I'm tired because this city, you don't sleep. It's hard to sleep here. And I actually live on a quiet side of Brooklyn. The part of Brooklyn I live in is fairly quiet, but it's still a lot. But I don't want to channel where because I don't agree with their belief. Yeah, I'm sorry, my daughter's on my watch. Um, I don't agree with their beliefs. Kick them off. That's how Berean folks do things, and I'm going to be the opposite of that. I think I've only kicked one person off, and that is did I go to? I was thinking about going to this. Okay, I'm gonna come back. Let me stay on point, and then I'm gonna come back to that. Remind me, Shonda, to talk about that because I think I was gonna. What is it called? Jovan? I think that's what it's called. Javert. Jo. Y'all know me. Um, but I'm not gonna do that. I think I kicked one person off, and that was Garfield, and that's because Garfield is just I cannot deal with him. I just cannot deal with his spirit. Other than that, everybody stays on. I don't have a problem with everybody. If you respectful, I got you. You can Juve. That's how okay, Juve. Thank you. So I'll talk about Juve in a minute. So back to okay, so let me get back. So I might not agree with some people, family. And what I love about my chat, and I brag about the people in my chat is y'all are the opposite of that other chat. Very much so. And sometimes I see the behavior in that um their behavior, and I just say my chat wouldn't do that. My chat is chill. My chat may not like you, they may hiss and boo at you, but they're not gonna do ugly things that I've seen. Now, I've seen some of y'all cut up a little bit, but overall, y'all not running amok where it's just disrespectful, kick a ball. So I do want us to make sure that we don't get like that. I want to be the opposite of that. I want to be able to have those conversations with people that I don't agree with. I brought G Man up here. I don't agree with nothing G Man says, but he came up here. Um, if I don't agree with you, let's do it in peace. Um, and we got to do that. We got to have those conversations. And Don, sometimes again, he can Okay, your minds don't block everyone. Just be they carry a wrench. Yeah, they don't block everybody. But Don has some things that I know y'all don't agree with. The demon conversation people was pissed off with me. I ain't never seen y'all that pissed off with me. Y'all was hot. I ain't never seen y'all mad at me. I was like, wait, hold on. That was funny, but y'all even have a right to be mad at me. I don't even get mad about that. Y'all are human. I'm nobody special. If y'all don't like what I'm doing, I don't like that. Okay, all right, calm down. Let's see where I'm going with this. Um, I just want us to be able to. I want this to be. How could I say? Safe space. Safe space. Now, we might get a little heated. We might get heated. But I want this to be a safe space. I want people to feel like, man, I can come to E's channel. We can talk. And E won't interrupt me. And the chat ain't going to insult me. And this. But I want y'all to be able to hear my voice. I want y'all to be able to, when y'all hear it, y'all know, okay, when I do kick folks off, put it like that, y'all know they ain't gone too far. But I just want this to be a safe space. I mean, even camps. I mean, I don't have a problem about camps coming up here. I'm going to be honest. Because there was a day that I did not let camps come on because I was worried about what other people thought. Y'all didn't realize the guy Thashion that was up here, he's from ISUPK. Did y'all know that? Probably didn't. Thashion was up here. I put it like this. If they want to come up and have dialogue, they're welcome. Now, if they start teaching some stuff that's just go out of the way, then, I'm like, no. I'm finna just, hey, you got to go. But Thashion came up here. ISUPK. I think Sakari came up here. Deacon came up here. I have a problem with camps, and I think camps know that. He ain't got a problem with y'all, and I'm saying this. I don't have a problem with y'all. I have a problem with some of the things that y'all teach. But I'm gonna tell you something. I got a problem with some things that Berean teach. I got a problem with some things that Michael Holloway teach. I got a problem with some things that even dispensational Tim or Rev C teach. I have a problem with, some things that Kelly might teach, or Teo and them know I don't agree with everything. I have a problem with, yes, I'm finna say his name, Candyman, Dante may say, or teach. But the thing is, there's nothing wrong with having dialogue. Nothing wrong with having dialogue. So I don't have a problem with them coming up here. I don't have a problem about them coming up here. So I mean, hey, let's have conversation. And my panel is open for that. And that's how it is. I used to be afraid to let people come up because I was like, oh, they're gonna look at me bad. Oh, I gotta keep this persona of, I don't agree with the camps and I don't agree with them, but it don't mean I can't talk to them. I will say this much. I've been called a lot of things by a lot of people in these communities. And guess what? It wasn't the camps that was calling me out my name. It was a Christian community. I wasn't insulted by Deacon. I wasn't insulted by Thashion. But guess who I was insulted by? People call themselves Christian. That says a lot. I actually had a conversation with Thashion, and Thashion is very respectful. He kept calling me ma'am, and I'm like, Thashion, you the same age as me. He said, no, you are a lady. You are a woman, and I was taught to respect women. He kept saying, ma'am. But he said, ma'am. He has said a few things, and I'm like, wait. And he said, y'all, you don't agree with us. We know some things you don't agree about. But some things y'all have been told about us ain't true. And I said, okay, state your case. Tell me. Let me hear from your mouth, because being honest, I'm gonna go back. Oh my gosh, this dog. Hold on, y'all. Oh my goodness. I'm finna push. If I put him up, y'all, gonna scream. Come on, Rio. Come out of my room. No. Y'all, he went under my bed and he can't fit under there no more. Hold on, y'all. Let me get him. Come on. Here. Here you go. Here you go. Hold on, y'all. I'm coming. I like it done. I can take you walking. Okay, I'll be back. I'll take you walking later. But yeah, that's funny. Rio is something else. I heard him in my room. I said, he in my room. Okay, but back to my point. I have been insulted by people, and it was Christians. I've been called everything but a child of God. And I'm constantly having Christians come up here. So guess what? I'm gonna have camps come up. So hey, Deacon, welcome. Rachel, welcome. Cap, welcome. They can come up. Ain't nothing wrong with having that conversation. And like I said, I used to be scared because I was concerned about what they would think about me. Oh, they're gonna think I'm upholding camps. Oh, they're gonna think that I'm with the camps. I've had people even to say that we funding the camps. I've never heard that before. I was like, what? I've heard that. I've heard a lot. But I'm having them up here. There's nothing wrong. And being afraid of something that you've always been good about, just talking to people, getting to know people, figuring out why they think the way that they think. This is what I do for a living. Just sit and talk to people and say, so why is this not working? What are y'all doing? Where do you see? And start looking at, okay, so where do you see your bottlenecks? Okay, so walk me through your process. Let me look at it. Let me identify where the issue is. And I'm watching you meticulously go through. This is why when people talk, I can catch certain things that they say, and I'll be like, let's go back to this original point. Let me take notes. Okay. Right here is where you don't see the actual change go out. Approvals get stuck here. Okay, approval the problem. Okay, deployment the problem. So why do we see a lot of incidents here? Oh, testing the problem. So this is what I do for a living. So because I do that, that's a call that I have. My call is I'm able to bring people to the table that would fight at one time to come and talk. What do you think that in IT they do? Developers and project managers can't stand each other. QA and development can't stand each other. And I have to always be that mediator in the room, like, wait, we all trying to fix something together. Let's look at the big picture and work through our problems and resolve our issues so the whole system can run. I don't care, QA, if you don't like development because development giving you bad code. I don't care development that QA keep testing it the way you don't want it to be tested. And Rio, somebody said, do you have Rio in bondage? Rio is free, y'all. Rio is back free. He just got to stay out my room. But I mean, that's just how it's like, yo, hey, we gotta talk. Because of that, I'm doing this with my channel. I may not agree with ISUPK, and I'm more of what you would consider to be a Christian Israelite. Why do you say what you say? Why do you believe that? Okay. So walk me through the scriptures and let me see what you see. And then I might see something and say, that ain't what it said. Come on now. That's what you call dialogue. So yeah, I do find them easily offended. Easily offended. That's funny. Brown dogs matter. Yeah, they do. If he keep messing with me, I'm gonna lock him up. Thank you right there, Dev. It can't be done. Project managers, I promised them you could. Yes, You promised them something, and development would be like, what? You didn't even talk to us. That's something I'd be like, project managers, have you talked to your development team? Can it be done? They'll go out here and say you can do something, and then development push back, and you mad because development is like, first, we don't have enough people to do this. Make sure when you send that status report, you can be able to stand on your word, honey. I'm a believer of that. So, but with that, I don't have beef with them. I'm not finna. So my upcoming, I gotta be me. I think that's what my problem is. I've done what everybody wanted me to do, and I'm done. I'm finna be me. I don't care. I'm gonna have who I want on my channel. And have it. I mean, that's how it's gonna be. And that includes Don. Don loves Greek. Everything is Greek, 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 Greek. If you break it down into Greek, Santonio is all about, he an old Pentecostal preacher, apostolic preacher. Wait a minute. Who wants a link? Hold on. Somebody just said, send me the link. Who is this? And also, guess who else I know, y'all, if I can get him to come up here? Black Jesus Minister. Where's Cinnamon Jesus? Send who the link? Oh, Cinnamon Jesus woman. Y'all gonna be nice to Black Jesus. Y'all, I call him that because I visualize Black Jesus as being extremely dark-skinned. Like, I'm talking about this brother. I thought he was gonna be dark black. Black Jesus. Which link do you want? Everybody who know who Black Jesus is. Black Jesus is from Sinetta. Let me see. Which link do you want? Hold on. Let me see. Who knows Black Jesus Minister? Hit a 1 if you know him. Y'all, Black Jesus is hilarious. Have you ever... Does anybody in this chat hit 1 if you know who Black Jesus Minister is? If you follow Sinetta, you know who Black Jesus Minister is. Black Jesus Minister. And I'm telling y'all something. Ever since I've been meeting all these people, the people that people have told me to stay away from them, I have talked to them and said, they're not that bad. Now, some of them might cuss you out. Everybody ain't where we are in our walk, I ain't gonna say Sister E ain't said no words that I need to go back and repent for. Yes. But they still people, and they still his people. They still his people. We can bring correction, but we can't judging them. God is judge, but we can correct them in their error. But ultimately, I mean, I've heard people condemn folks to hell because they doctrine. Here we go. What's going on, Black Jesus Minister?
What's happening? How you feel?
I'm good. I'm talking about these conversations I'm getting ready to have. You gonna start coming up here on some of these panels sometimes?
Yeah, most definitely. All you gotta do is holler at me. I'll be there like a Michael Jackson. I'll be there. Yeah, how you like my Michael Jackson?
I love your Michael Jackson.
So was that falsetto kind of in the right spot?
It was in the right spot. What's going on? What you got going on in Clubhouse? This is the club. This is what the greatest debate of all time, ain't you?
The greatest, the GOAT, the GOAT, the greatest of all time debaters on the planet living today, brothers and sisters. It's your boy. Black Jesus Minister, Bishop, 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 Black Jesus Minister, the Ecclesiastes 3, kick some ass, Christian balling and crawling, all the way from Houston, Texas. My goodness, my goodness.
Y'all know cuz Black Jesus. These saints are ready. Go in. Oh, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I haven't heard Black Jesus on Clubhouse, and I just been like, oh, who was you talking about? You be talking about them folks giving them a hard time in the camps. I just be like, Lord, here come Black Jesus. Here come Black Jesus.
Hey,
So
and you know what? And you know what? Oh, and they say the same thing. Here come Black Jesus. Here come Black. They all say the same thing.
oh my goodness, Black Jesus be coming on the scene. So what you got going on here? I've been noticing you doing some. Are you doing some debates on Sinetta?
Yeah, I just wrapped up my last debate that has caused a worldwide ripple effect. I had a debate with a sister by the name of Queen Nephilim of FOPE, the Israelite Camp FOPE, for our people's edification. Did you hear about a little bit about that? Just a little bit?
No, give us a what happened? Because I haven't heard.
So
I have been
actually we actually had the official debate on FOPE, and then I did a post debate, official post debate show after the debate the following day on Sonnetter, and we revealed some very powerful information that proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that I won that debate. And as a matter of fact, the information was so convincing, which I will share with you guys, and I'll be brief about it, that even Sonnetter said to Brother Quanath, who is the leader of FOPE, along with the co-leader, Brother Shar Sham. Sonnetter said, brother, the evidence is overwhelming, Quanath. Black Jesus Minister presented the evidence, the indisputable evidence that he won this debate, and you need to change your decision and award Black Jesus Minister the W, and to anoint him and crown him as the debate champion of FOPE. This was said by not only Sonnetter, but by almost everybody that saw the information that I presented at the post-debate discussion. The debate was officially on FOPE's platform, and the title of the debate that has caused ripples, and people are still talking about it right now all over the place. As a matter of fact, I got to get together with the Lion's Den, Brother JJ 7000, Jeremiah Judah, and we're going to do a follow-up, because the debate was heard all the way over there in Africa and Israel through Brother Mighty Hebrew. Many of you, I don't know if you all know Mighty Hebrew, but Mighty Hebrew is an Old Testament Israelite brother, and he was currently over there in Israel. He lives in Tanzania right now. He left the U.S. He resides in Tanzania, but he was over in Israel attending some type of conference, and he heard the debate and chimed in on it. And he thought that the sister won the debate as well. And we're going to have a discussion about that on the Lion's Den in the next day or two, or hopefully in the next day or two. And the title of the debate that we had that has caused fallouts, people, discussing, bantering with each other. The title was, are the Canaanites mixed race or multiracial? Let me say it again. Are the Canaanites multiracial or black? Are the Canaanites multiracial or black? My position. Excuse me.
Go ahead. I'm look for the debate, and I'm gonna drop it in the link.
Oh yeah, go to my channel. Go to Black Jesus Minister. I got it on my channel. Go to Black Jesus Minister, and it'll be Black Jesus Minister versus Nephilim. I think that was like 4 hours or 3 hours, even though the debate didn't last that long. But we there was a lot of talking after the debate, so that's why it went very long. But the debate was no more than 2 hours. Okay. So yeah, you'll find it on my YouTube channel, Black Jesus Minister, all one word. And I think it's a 3 hour or 4 hours. You'll see it. And let me know when you find it too.
I found it. I'm gonna drop it in the chat.
Okay. So again, the title of the debate was, are the Canaanites mixed or multiracial, or are they black? My position is that they are only black. And my position that the Canaanites are only black is the same position of FOPE, which stands for Our People's Edification, led by the Elder Quanath, the Honorable Quanath. And Elder Quanath was the individual who judged the debate. Elder Quanath judged the debate. We only had one judge, and he judged it in her favor. And I thought the brother would not be biased, but I did hurl accusation of bias, and I'll explain why I thought that there was bias in our debate by Elder Quanath. And as a matter of fact, Elder Quanath and Sarnetta had an ongoing bet based on who would win the debate. Sarnetta took my side. He said, Sarnetta said, believe this or not, y'all. Sarnetta said, I think Black Jesus is gonna win this debate. And then Quanath said, well, you know, Queen Nephilim is our champion, so I believe that she's gonna win the debate. So they had a bet going on, and there were other people betting too. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they were betting money or whatever, but it was well advertised, it was well attended, well talked about even before we had the debate. So again, my position. Are you still with us? Still with me, dear sister?
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, and so my position was that they're black. Her position was that they're multiracial. My position is exactly the same position as FOPE, which she is an organization, which she is a member of also, that says that the Israelites are black Negro only. That the Israelites are black Negro only. And I agree with FOPE, and we reject any other Israelites who say that they are Israel. They may be Jewish, ISH. They may have some lineage, some blood, some DNA, but you ain't the real thing. Because we all agree, and she and I agree, that the original Israelites are black people. So if the original Israelites are black, then I'm sorry, you walk up to me and you look like a white person, you look like an Ashkenazi Jew, and Ashkenaz is the great grandson of Japhet, the father of all European people, looking like a whole white man. I'm sorry, you're not the Jew. You're not the real Israelite. The Bible says clearly that God says, I know those Jews who say that they are Jews, but are not. And that they are of the synagogue of Satan.
Y'all know
and that excuse me?
Y'all know they finna clip this right. But hey, I'm here for it. Keep it going. I'm not stopping.
And they said, and the scripture goes on to say that what? And I will have them to come and bow down at your feet and to recognize you as the true Jews. That is a prophecy, and that is going to happen. So those our European Jewish brothers and sisters that's over there in Israel, running Israel today, they're not the real Jews. I'm sorry. They're the watered down European Jews, and their father is Ashkenaz. Not Ashkenaz is not a Shemite. Ashkenaz is a Japhite. So stop playing. Stop playing. Okay. Now, so I believe, FOPE believes, even Queen Nephilim, who was my debate opponent, believed that the Israelites are black people. And if you're not black, well, you just watered down your race. You've just watered down the Israelite bloodline, and you're no longer an Israelite. I feel that way about not just black Israel, but I feel that way about all black people. If any black people starts off black and then you intermarry outside of your race over and over and over and over again, and you start looking like that race, you're no longer black. You cannot claim your black heritage as your primary identity anymore. That is just biological chemistry and common sense. Okay? Just common sense.
Mm-hmm.
Now, her position was that the Canaanites, now she wasn't dealing with the Israelites, but I brought the Israelites into the conversation to mess her up and to ultimately win this debate. But she said that the Canaanites were black people originally, and then she gave two reasons how they became multiracial. And the multi-races that she proposed was that these Canaanites became Native American Indians. Did you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
She said Native American Indians. Did you hear me, sister?
I heard you.
And then she said the Canaanites became also white European Caucasians. And she said they also became yellow Asiatic Asian people. So she said that these Canaanites, out of all the people in the planet in the world, morphed or metamorphed or somehow started off being black and magically became Native American Indians in the Americas, became European Caucasians, and became Asiatic Asians.
Wow.
Okay? That is what she was going to prove, which she did not prove. The only thing that she actually attempted to prove in any way, in any shape and form, with any kind of veracity, which was based on a falsehood, she went to a scripture in the book of Leviticus that said that the Canaanites were stricken with leprosy. And that's all the scripture said. And then she added to the scripture, well, you know how the Bible says when people get leprosy, that people turn white when they get leprosy. And that was not always the truth. People's skin didn't turn white all the time when they got leprosy. There was only one person in scripture who was cursed with a type of leprosy from God, who was turned white, and his children were turned white forever. There's only one person. And that one person, y'all, who was turned white and his children to be white forever is Gehazi, 2 Kings chapter 5, verse 26 and 27. That is the only person. Yes, Moses was stricken with a type of leprosy when God said, put your hand in your bosom, pull it out, and his hand turned white. But God just did that to show his power. He didn't turn him all white. God told him to stick his hand back up in there, and he got back his color. And when God cursed Miriam, yes, God turned Miriam white. He cursed her and turned her white and gave her a form of leprosy. But did she stay white? No, because her brother, Moses begged God to forgive her, and God forgave her and told her to put her away for a couple of days, and she got her color back. Okay. And leprosy was a common ancient disease in biblical times. And leprosy was not about people turning white. The only time somebody turned white, God did that. The natural leprosy did cause people to have white patches on their skin, white patches. Do you hear me, Sister E?
Uh-huh.
Along with sores, all kinds of sores and boils, and their flesh would necrotize. It would die, starting at their extremities, such as their fingers and their toes and their noses and their lips, and then ultimately the virulent form of it would would be fatal. And people, they had no cure for leprosy in those days, and they put people in leper colonies. And just because you got leprosy back in those days, if you had children, your children did not catch no leprosy. So it was not passed on to the children. Do you understand, Sister E?
I understand.
So she went to the book of Leviticus, talking about God put a plague of leprosy on the Canaanites when the Israelites went in there to take over the land. She took that to believe because she read a book from Dr. Malachi Z. York. She's supposed to be an Israelite, and she's reading the principles of a Nuwapian from Dr. Malachi Z. York. And I asked her, why are you teaching the principles as an Israelite from a book written by a man who's a Nuwapian and who's guilty of raping hundreds of children, who's guilty of saying that he's 100,000 years old, who's guilty of saying that he came from the planet Risk, that he's not from this planet, he came from the planet named Risk. Sister, why did you do this? Why are you teaching this madness to our Israelite brothers and sisters? Because you got people believing you. You got Israelites believing you teaching some wild madness that came from the mad, criminal, rapist mind of Dr. Malachi Z. York. Nowhere in that scripture does it say that all Canaanites got leprosy and turned white.
You're right.
She made that up. She made that up. No, they got leprosy, the normal leprosy that everybody got, and they got sick so that Israel could easily come in and take over the land. That's what that scripture is talking about. Okay? But so she tried to prove that they were Native Americans, Caucasians, and Asians. I'm gonna stop right there and let me know what you think about what you heard so far.
I mean, what you're saying makes a lot of sense as far as the whole leprosy argument. I've heard the leprosy argument, and someone said something, and I was thinking the same thing. And this is, I'll put it on the screen. He says, but being turned white with leprosy doesn't make you Germanic or Celtic. So these people have a certain group that they're a part of, and it's not because of leprosy; it's because of who they are. You know, they come from Japheth. They are descendants of Japheth. And people, Canaan was a descendant of Ham.
Thank you.
So I'm sitting here, and I've heard it, and I don't agree with it. I've never really spoke on it. I don't agree with it. I think that Canaan is black. He's black ultimately. The Canaanites were black.
Exactly.
Do I think that the Japheth, people who are Japheth, they are more European? Yes, because when you look at the descendants of when you look at the descendants of Japheth, they are the Germanic and the Celtic people, those individuals. So to say that the leprosy, I don't agree with that, and I've never spoke on it, and I've never said that, but I've never agreed with that. I've never agreed that the Canaanites had leprosy and they turn white. It's a family line. When you look at the Europeans, they come from Japheth.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No doubt. No doubt. You got any questions in the audience? Anybody want to come up and ask a question or something like that?
Let me add them in. Anybody got questions? I dropped the link. Somebody said Sister E also dunamis. Brand's about to turn on him anyway. Oh, that's interesting. So anybody got questions, come up. I love your debates, because your debates are those things that some people just don't want to talk about, and that's a good conversation. I've heard about FOP through, I think you, and then Don mentioned something about FOP.
Okay.
But yeah, so at the end of the day, you actually won a debate.
Yeah, I proved that, and I'll go over that real quick. But let me just wrap this up. So again, so that's what my sister was going to prove. And during the debate, not one time did she prove that they were Native American Indians. Not one time did she prove that they were Asian, that they became Asian. Because the only thing she brought up about Native American Indians, oh, they found Canaanite writings and hieroglyphs in the Americas. So what? Yeah, I believe Africans and Canaanites came over here to the Americas. Does that mean that the Native Americans became Canaanites and they was already over here for thousands of years? That's silly. That was utterly retarded and silly as hell. And then she went over to say, oh, they became Asians because because there was an ethnic group of Chinese people called the Sino-Chinese, S-I-N-O. And she said that word Sino had a connection to a Canaanite word, a cultural Canaanite word. So you mean tell me two people having having a commonality in a word makes them that people? That's another insanity argument that she made. It was pitiful. The only strongest argument that she had, which was a falsehood, was that, oh, the Canaanites turned white and became white people when they was cursed with leprosy. That was her strongest argument the whole damn night during that debate. Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, and some people love to say they're albino. Albino is not a race of people; it's a sickness.
That's right.
Anybody can be
any race can have an albino. White people have albinos, black people have albinos, Asian have albinos. They are still belong to that race.
Yep.
They're not white.
Yep. So, but when you look at, like I said, the ones we call the Celtics and the Germans, the European, they come from a descendant, which is Jacob.
Yeah, exactly. And those people are not albinos. White people can have albino children. Did y'all know that?
Yeah.
Did y'all know that white people can have albino children?
Yeah, actually they can.
Google it and look. You will see albino white kids.
Yeah.
Google them. You'll see them. And so again, I went on to prove that the Canaanites were black because the Canaanites still live in the land of Israel today. Okay? And I showed you guys can Google Afro-Palestinians. Afro-Palestinians, or you can Google Afro-Canaanites. Afro-Canaanites or Afro-Israelites. You can Google Afro-Palestinians, Afro-Israelites, and Afro-Canaanites. And you will see that these black people, these indigenous black people still live in Israel today.
Oh, they do. Yep.
Right. And these concentrations of ancient Canaanite people who still live in the land today, the greatest concentration of them are the Afro-Palestinians. Because before the Europeans went back in there and took Israel over, Israel was called Palestine before they took it over this last time and the Europeans came in there. And they reduced the land mass for the Palestinians, and that's why they're fighting over there today. But the Palestinians, the majority of the Palestinians that are over there running Palestine today and running Israel today are the Arab Palestinians and the Arab Israelites and the white Israelites. Those European Israelites are the main ones who are running Israel, and they're fighting against their Arab their Arab cousins through Ishmael. Okay, through Ishmael. And so, but the Africans, the African Canaanites, the original Canaanites are still there in the land and live among what? The white European Jews, the Arab Jews, and the Arab Palestinians. And the Arabs and the white people run Israel. The blacks are the minorities there. All the blacks over there in Israel and Palestine they are the oppressed people. Okay, to this day. And I proved that the black Palestinians are the descendants of the biblical Philistines. Do you hear me, sister?
I'm listening.
The word Palestine comes from the word Philistine. And the Philistines are an ancient Canaanite people, even though when you look at the origin of the Philistines, they came from Egypt before they settled in the land of Canaan. But the Canaanites who lived in Israel, who lived in the land of Canaan, where did they live before they settled the land of Canaan? Answer that question for me, sister. I know you can do it. Where did the Canaanites live before they settled the land of Canaan? Where did they live?
They lived in Africa. You tell me.
That's right. Where in Africa? Who was their daddy? Who was Canaan's daddy?
The Hamite.
Right. The Ham is Canaan's granddaddy. Ham is the father of all the African people. So that means that so the land of Ham, y'all. What is the land of Ham? Egypt, Kemet, correct?
Correct.
The land of Ham is called, Egypt is called the land of Ham. So this is where Ham originated his family and where his family grew up and all his children, right?
Right.
And so his children grew up in Egypt and they left Egypt and settled other lands. So Canaan settled the land of Canaan. He's still a Hamite. And the are descendants of Mizraim. Mizraim is a brother to Canaan, correct?
Correct.
And
correct.
So the Canaanites went into the land of Canaan, and the Philistines, who are descendants of Mizraim, they went into the land of Canaan. So you just had, and they brothers, they brothers and sisters. So you had Hamite Canaanites and Hamite Philistines who are already brothers, and the whole land was together. The Canaanites, they had different tribal kings. And the Philistines eventually worshiped the god of the Canaanites, the god named Dagon or Dagon. And they intermarried with their brothers and sisters, the Canaanites. And they too were the original inhabitants of the land of Canaan. So the Philistines are a Canaanite people, y'all. They are a Canaanite Hamitic people like the Canaanites who came from the land of Ham, black people. And so I showed a video of the Philistines, black Afro-Palestinians, proving that they are still in the land today and that they are black, which proved that what she said was false by saying, oh, the Canaanites was cursed with leprosy and they turned white. Well, then how the hell do we still have black Palestinians in the land if they all turned white? Okay. So I smashed that lie, y'all, that Nuwapian Malachi Z. York lie. Because the black Canaanites are still in the land today, y'all. And excuse me, go ahead, sister, go ahead.
I said, yeah, they are. I just showed a picture of them. They are.
Yeah, they're there. Okay. And so I went on to say, and I went on to be, I pulled a major move on her because, see, I deal with Israelite self-hatred and colorism. I deal with Israelite hating Ham and hating Africans, because all of you Israelites who believe that you're not Ham and you hate Africans and you hate Canaanites, you're stupid, you're dumb, you're retarded as hell, and I'm not, and I know I'm offending you. You're stupid, you're dumb, you're retarded, and you're sick as hell. And you're the same sick Negroes who run around here talking about, I ain't black. Do I look like a crayon? Black is a color. I ain't black. I'm Native American Indian. But you're lying behind. You're a liar. Okay. So why do I deal with you all? The sickness of colorism. The slave master made you hate yourself. All of you who claim that you're not Hamite and you're not black and you're not African, you're not mixed with no Canaanite blood. I'm pure Shamite. I'm a Shamite Israelite. I'm a Shamite Moor. I'm a Shamite Nation of Islam, Muslim. All of you sick Negroes all over the world hate yourself, and the Muslims taught you to hate yourself when they enslaved you first, when they enslaved us Africans first, and then the white man learned how to enslave us from the Arab Muslims, and then the white man enslaved your behind, and then taught you to hate yourself too. And you believe that lie. You believe that lie to this day. Till every last one of you to this day believe that if you're a light skin or brown skin, you're superior than a dark skinned brother and sister. You know how we love to make dark skin jokes and how we oppress our dark skinned brothers and sisters. Y'all know what the hell I'm talking about now, don't you? And you stupid Negroes think that you're more beautiful and you're more handsome than our darker skinned brothers and sisters because you're brown skin, you're light skin. Let's not forget the good hair lie. I got good hair. I want a baby with good hair. All of that is your slavery sickness. And your mamas and your daddies and your grandparents and your great grandparents has passed on that colorism sickness to all of you sick Negroes. And we have been, and those of us who are righteous and know that God is black, Christ is black, and that blackness is the color of God, and blackness is the color of the original man, and blackness represents the very image and power of God. I identify as black, and I ain't got no problem because blackness is the color of God and the beginning of all humanity. And I am here to teach you, brothers and sisters, and to bring you up out of this white supremacy madness, this slave madness, these chains of slavery that are still on your head and on your mind. We have sick Negroes all over the world who teach each other, don't marry nobody dark skin. Don't marry nobody with nappy hair, with God kinky nappy hair. Because that's ugly. Because you believe the white man's lie with your ignorant behind. You believe the white man's lie and the Arab lie that Ham was cursed and turned black. You all believe that goddamn lie.
Hey, no cussing.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Continue on. Just no.
You all believe that lie, and I'm going to set some of you all free right now. But some of you don't want to be set free because you love that lie. You love that lie because many of you are proud that you look like a white person. Many of you are proud that you are ambiguously looking black. You are ambiguously black.
Black Jesus, I will say this much: the community here, we don't have a problem about black.
No. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the audience, the worldwide audience, because I'm throwing rocks and it's gonna hit somebody, because this is a major problem in blackdom. Our people are sick, sister. Colorism among black people is an epidemic sickness. It's real. It might not be you, but the sickness is real, sister. Sister E, you hear me?
Uh-huh.
We have always, we over here in the Americas, in the United States, we have always elevated our mulatto, white-looking brothers and sisters who were the recipients of rape, or who were the recipients of our black women willingly laying down with the slave master because they wanted to have lighter-skinned children to do better in the world. We suffer from this sickness to this day, where black people have elevated our light-skinned brothers and sisters as being the most beautiful and the most intelligent of our race. And that is a God shame. You hear me? And some of us still think like this today, Sister E. Yep. Today.
That is true. Now, I will admit, now I may not, me and you don't agree about the Hamite theory of Israel, which is fine, but I do agree that our brothers and sisters in the land of Africa some of the camps have gotten to the point that we call them things like, nasty black and all that. No, no, those are our brothers and sisters. And I don't agree with hating of our black skin and who we are, far as a people, our melanated skin, our hair. We have been the tool and the agent of slavery by way of Islam, and then later on,
White Christianity.
white Christianity has taught us to hate our black skin. If you look at a lot of the belief systems, they made it seem like having black skin is a curse. And they did teach the hierarchy based off of your skin tone. That's why you got some called house nigga and field nigga. That right there is deeply embedded in our community. That I grew up as a kid and I would hear things like, "Oh, you're pretty to be a dark skinned girl."
Yeah, sick Negroes. Every last one of y'all sick as hell. Go ahead.
I hated that because I always knew that I was beautiful, period. Dark skin and all. Skin has one thing I will never, colorism never struck me as an issue because I embraced who I was. But my hair always was my problem because it was always taught that, go ahead and perm that hair nappy. Go ahead and, get a sew in, hide your hair. And I don't knock sisters that love to do different things with their hair, but I did it out of self-hate. And that self-hate was embedded in us. The hate of hate who we are. And it has been a journey going natural. I'm natural now.
Yep.
It is a journey because there are days, a couple of days ago, I was like, oh, I'm ready to go back and get my crochets, so my hair. And I had to come to the realization that the Most High made me who I am, and I need to love me, my whole black self, with my black skin and my kinky curly hair, and love it. But it's the agent of slavery that calls us to learn to hate ourselves.
And let me say this. Yes, ma'am. And you black men, all you black men all over the world, you are the damn problem. You sick black men, you are the sickest men on the planet. Every last one of you Negroes. You are retarded and sick as hell. Excuse me, sister. Excuse me. You black men are the ones who are pushing this colorism. You black men have always been the ones who have salivated and snot and drooled over light skin and mixed race sisters as if that they are superior to your original self. And you Negroes are still doing it today. You men. You teach your daughters that if they're not that you cause them to have a complex about themselves. You do that. And it seems like the darkest men do it the most. The darkest of us men do it the most. We are self-perpetuating this madness. We as black men are causing our women to have this psychological deficiency that we are causing them to go out here and buy fake hair, where fake hair is the norm now.
Yep.
Fake hair is the norm. They got to have it. And we're making all of these Indians and all these other races of people who are selling our women human hair. That's cannibalism. This is so desperate that you got our women out here buying human hair to put in their head because of they sick black men who prefer other races of women because you have a slave Negro fetish for a certain type of other racial hair with your sick butt.
Shalom, brother. Do you think that browbeating our people after we've gone through all this trauma and all of this indoctrination, all that we've gone through, is browbeating our people going to help?
Sometimes it does, brother. Because if being nice hasn't helped. So right now, brother, just sit back for a minute, bro. Because when the word of God, hold on, brother, because when the word of God really does its job, bro, it cuts like a two-edged sword.
Do you own the word of God?
Talk real quick.
Brother, excuse me, bro. The truth, yes.
When you get done, let him say his point.
Yeah, I am. So my brother, God's truth is God's word. 1 plus 1 is God's word because it's true. And what
But
I
are
am
you
saying,
the only one that
well, brother, let me
controls
finish, bro.
God's word?
Let me
It
finish, sir.
seems like you're trying to get in
Sir,
front
but
of
can I
everybody,
finish, brother? Can I
and
finish?
you're the arbiter
Brother, I
of.
need to finish,
Hold
bro.
on. Let him
But
finish,
you've
and
been
I'm gonna let you, Bell. I'm gonna let you jump
going
in.
for
Y'all
a
done with it.
while, brother.
Yeah,
Okay,
let's
thank you,
go ahead
brother.
and wrap it up so you can let him talk.
Okay,
Yeah, I am.
okay, sis.
So, brother, 1 plus 1 is 2. Everything that God created is true. So whenever I speak the truth, brother, whether it's explicitly written in the Bible or not, I'm representing God. And sometimes the truth is like a medicine, brother. It might not taste good going down, brother. Sometimes the truth is like a two-edged sword, brother. Okay? And that is when the truth is most effective, because we become too comfortable with lies and wickedness, brother. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was just, it's like you have the answers. And I didn't come up here for that to challenge you or anything. I don't intend to challenge you. But your tone, it just kind of got to me. And it sounds like you're browbeating your people who have been beat down. And sometimes it may be effective, but sometimes love is what we should be about, and loving each other and showing each other that love, and not just browbeating. We've been browbeat enough.
Yeah.
We've been browbeat by the white man. We've been browbeat by these Christians and these Christian apologists. We've been browbeat by everyone. So maybe it's time for us to take a step back and for us to show each other love. Now we can browbeat everybody else, but our family, our brothers, our daughters, our sons, our sisters, our mothers, we don't need to browbeat them. There's a way that you can talk to people.
Yeah.
And the way that you were coming off just now, and I really don't know you, I've heard you a couple of times, but that it kind of rubs the wrong way. So your intention is good, but your method, you may be pushing people away.
And my thing is this: I agree with Bill. I think it's a little bit of both. I think we gotta love, but then we gotta speak the truth too to the situation. And I don't blame all black men. I think in general, it's the system overall that caused us to hate, because there are black women out here that say they want the light skin, curly hair dude with the green eyes. You know, I think overall as a people, we have been systematically taught that black is bad, light is good. Again, I remember back in the day when I was in high school, the girl with the light skinned dude with the curly hair and the green eyes, you was killing it because you got the cutest dude in the building. But at the school, but then a dark skinned dude that may have the high top fade. Because think about it, when I was younger, Kid and Play. Y'all remember Kid and Play? Everybody loved Kid, and Play was actually a better looking man. And Play was always made to seem like he was the player, and he was the, you couldn't trust Play, but Kid was the wholesome boy next door. Kid was light skinned, Play was dark skinned. If y'all remember Kid and Play, um,
Yes.
always the dark skin was made to be sinister, but the light skin is always made to seem as if they're nice, they're sweet. You know, they're the ones that, I mean, both sides, male and female. And I think it's the overall system how they play dark skin against light skin. It's a systematic thing that has been tool that has been put in our community that's affecting both male and female. Again, when I was coming up, if you dated, and I'm gonna be honest, because I was a dark skinned girl, I always used to, I don't understand why. I used to always attract the ones that were a little bit more lighter than myself. And because of that, I think the dark, I dated, oh my gosh, my dog got my shoes. But I always dated the light skin. And because I dated the light skin, I always was told that I had the cutest boy in school. Why? He was funny looking just like the other one. He was just light skinned. He had hazel eyes. My boyfriend when I was in high school was light skinned with, I think it was like hazel or green eyes. And because of that, everybody's like, man, you got such and such, such and such. It wasn't the way he looked. It wasn't because of who he was. It was because of his complexion. So I don't think it is something that is being pushed from a male perspective. I think it's both sides, and I think it's just how we have been taught. And this is generational. This is this is 400 years of just systematic
Indoctrination.
program. Yes, indoctrination of teaching us that light skinned is bad. I mean, light skinned is good, dark skin is bad. So I mean, I agree with some things that BGM is saying, but some things I don't. You know, he knows that, and I same thing with Bell. I think it needs to be a combination of love, but also some truth there. We got to be real. We got to wake up out of this madness.
I think it's time that we have some type of we need a brainwashing. Our brains have been dragged through the mud, and it is full of filth. And now we need a clean brainwashing. We need to wash our brains, our minds of all of this indoctrination that's been poured upon us from every corner, and especially in the church also. In the church.
Yep.
We've been taught who to like, who not to like, who to vote for, who not to.
Do you remember back in the day, the church, they would have a caste? They had a caste system even in the church.
Absolutely.
They had a caste system.
That was part of my testimony on Berean, that I stepped away from the church as far back as 75. And in trying to go back, it's the games that they would play in church and the things that they would say and not give any real answers. And I would just blow it off and keep it moving. Either come straight with me and give me some answers, or let me do my thing. I'm doing all right by myself.
Yep.
Sister E, can you remind me of what the ham thing that you said you disagree with me about?
You know the whole thing with Jesus being a Hamitic man. We not finna do this, BGM. We not finna do this.
Yeah. Because it has everything to do with the debate. And let's get back to the debate. I brought in the fact, and we're talking about what you just brought up about our difference again, sister. I said the exact same time that the Canaanites were in the land, they were in the land with the exact same time with the Israelites. When the Israelites went in to take over the land, the Canaanites were there. The Israelites and the Canaanites were there together the entire time that Israel was a nation. And not only were the Canaanites there the entire time, and they were black people, they intermarried with each other the whole time that they was there. And one proof of that is Uriah the Hittite. Who was Uriah the Hittite married to?
You walk us through it. I'm listening to you.
Do you recall? If not, I'll tell you. I'm just trying to get y'all involved, brother. You can answer that question too. Who was Uriah the Hittite married to, y'all?
Go ahead and tell us, brother.
Uriah the Hittite was married to Bathsheba. Do y'all remember who Bathsheba was?
Yes.
Bathsheba was an Israelite woman, and her husband was Uriah the Hittite, a Canaanite. And Uriah the Hittite was her husband, proving that they were marrying each other.
Oh, so what you're saying is because the Israelites, they did intermarry with the
Canaanites,
the Hamitic women. Period. Overall,
not just Hamitic women, but men, men and women.
So I see where you're going with that. Okay.
So Uriah the Hittite is a Canaanite, was married to Bathsheba, an Israelite. And nobody didn't kill nobody for that. Didn't nobody stop that? That means that they were marrying each other the whole time they were there. And Uriah the Hittite wasn't somebody's slave like these wicked one-West Israelites teach. He was a general in the Israelite army. married to Bathsheba, an Israelite woman. And David stole this man's wife. He stole his wife.
So tell me how you come to the conclusion, and people are saying it in the chat, that Bathsheba was an Israelite.
Look it up. That's how you can Google it.
Walk us through it, because right here you said,
sister, I don't have time to Google it up and read all that. Y'all can Google it yourself. She's an Israelite. Look it up. Google it, damn it. I got to keep moving. I ain't got time to stop to do a whole lot of in-depth teaching. I'm trying to go fast, give y'all this information. So again, look it up. Stop playing games. Bathsheba is an Israelite. Just look it up. Now I'm going to keep talking. Now, if anybody want to challenge it, when you look it up and say, well, no, Black Jesus, well, I didn't Google it and she ain't no Israelite. Well, then she's going Sister E is going to open up the floor and you can challenge the information. So, and if she was not an Israelite, if she was a Canaanite, then what does that say about King David?
Sister E, is this maybe an attempt to turn your channel into a debate channel?
Oh, no. My channel is not going to be a debate channel. I think that one time when Don had a thing with Anonymous, I was like, if anybody wanted to do it, I'm fine with it. My channel is still dialogue. Now, people do want to have debates. I'm open, but it has to be civil, and they have to come prepared, like with PowerPoints. It have to be, an actual, legitimate, nice debate. But ultimately, my channel is still a dialogue channel. It's still primary dialogue.
And that's what I like.
Yes. So we got to make sure we don't go into debate mode when we need to be more in a discussion mode.
All right, may I continue, sister?
Yeah, you can, but I'm gonna let you go ahead and close it up because I actually got something I got to do, but I do want to give everybody a chance to come up here too as well. Okay,
all right, I'll be real quick. So either way, Bathsheba is an Israelite. She was married to a Canaanite, Uriah the Hittite. Those of you who believe that she was a Canaanite, who did she marry? She married King David. And God was going to kill King David for murdering Uriah, a general in his army. How did a Canaanite become a general in the army of Israel? Because there were 5 Canaanite kings, 5 Canaanite kings and kingdoms that joined forces with Joshua to help them take over the land, y'all.
Yeah. But
and these
go ahead, finish, but I will say this much, BGM. When you make points like saying somebody is something, I really would like for you to give the source. But go on, finish what you're saying.
Well, yeah, I don't have time to do that because I got to be quick. All right. So, yeah, I'll give the sources later on another time when you got time. So I'm just trying to be quick right now. So, again, there were 5 Canaanite kings and kingdoms that joined forces with Joshua. And they assisted Joshua and the Israelites in taking over the land. And these Canaanites eventually became part of the nation of Israel and were Israelites, and they intermarried with each other. So I am sure that Uriah became a general in the Israelite army from one of those 5 kings who joined forces with Joshua. Okay. And so the Israelites and the Canaanites intermarried with each other the entire time that they were there. And if you guys go right now and look up Israelites, you can go to Wikipedia, or you can go to Encyclopedia Britannica. Look up Israelites, and it will tell you about their ethnicity. It says that the Israelites came out of the Canaanite people. What does that mean? That they intermarried with those people. They married more Canaanites because the Canaanites were the majority in the land. They kept marrying Canaanites till they became Canaanites. That's why when you read Encyclopedia Britannica or Wikipedia or any other source, it says that the Israelites were an ethnic group of Canaanites. Look it up. So again, so I said to my sister in the debate, well, then how can it be that the Canaanites were turned white when they were intermarried with the Israelites? They actually became the same people. So that made her argument impossible, that they turned white because they intermarried with the Israelites, and we all believe that the Israelites always remained black from beginning to end until 70 AD, when they were scattered all over the world and began to intermarry with other races of people, including the Europeans. Thus, we have European Jews who are Jewish, ISH. And also, the last thing is that she told me on the phone that when you breed, when you marry outside of your race over and over and over again, you're no longer your original race. She said that to me over the phone, y'all. And I asked her during the question round, didn't you tell me this over the phone? She lied to everybody, y'all, and said she didn't say that because she knew that the debate was going to be over. And guess what? I had it recorded, and I played the recording, and she lost the debate in my post debate because Kwana was on her side and said she won because he wanted her to win. But when I played and when I proved it, when I pull up the evidence that she lied and that she agreed with me, then the debate was over with. And that was the evidence. That was the ultimate evidence that I showed in my post debate on Cornetta. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anybody want to come up and say what they got to say? Because Black Jesus said a lot. Because I see everybody in the chat is heated. So if someone comes up, Black Jesus, you made a statement that if they come and they ask questions, you're gonna have to answer it.
I'll do my best.
The Bathsheba thing, I think everybody's kind of lit on. Y'all are welcome to come up. I dropped the link. And again, y'all, this is a discussion channel, but I believe when we make statements, we got to support those statements. Y'all, I'm sorry. My dog is mad because he's in timeout. But anybody want to come up? You got anything, Bill?
Well, I was hoping that you had seen that Vocab video from last night. What he did, he ran up on, I think it's GMS Virginia camp a couple of days ago. And he looked bad. He looks desperate.
Oh.
Yeah, it was bad. And then your friend started to play it, part of that video last night, got all the way in his feelings, and they changed the subject, and it's not a good look.
What happened? Tell me what you got to tell me. Don't tell me what happened. What caused him to get in his feelings? Because I have not been watching Brand. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't been watching anybody. I think the last person I watched is Dante, because Dante was on a break, and when he got off the break, I said, "Oh, Dante, let me go and listen to Dante and see what he's talking about."
What I think happened first, and I saw I saw Vocab's video first. I was surprised that he put that particular content on his channel because it makes him look bad. And then I saw a little bit later that Abu had done a video about that debate. So maybe it forced Vocab to go ahead and put that content out, but it was bad. GMS did not look, Vocab made GMS look good last night.
What?
Yes.
I missed it. I promise y'all.
Go to his channel, Vocab's channel, pull up the video and play a few minutes of it, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Tell me exactly where to go. Hold on, I'm finna pull it up.
Vocab Malone, it should be his last video.
I got it. I'm pulling it up now. Hold on. This one? This one right here?
Yes, that's it. That's it.
Yeah. Oh my God.
What's up? Let's get.
Is there an exact point that I need to go to? Because it's
No,
very.
you're fine. He knows us very well. He's done this countless of times. He's done this
Hold on. Let's be clear. I am already recording.
Yeah. No, we put him on recording from the recording. So if you don't want to be in it, you can back up.
No. But before, no. He said that before he came.
Maybe scroll.
Where do I go?
Maybe scroll for maybe 5 or 10 minutes.
You're not recording right. Times Square.
We don't need to spill on one word.
And they would challenge and say all the Christians are scared to debate them. No one could challenge them. The best scholars in the world were afraid of them.
Hey, I got a
And
question.
so what happened is the church got tired of that. This trash talking, right? And then once we realized, oh, these guys are out here saying they got all the answers and we don't have any of the answers, we decided to bring it to you. And the way I got into it is because GMS Columbus was going in the middle of church services, in the middle of the service, saying, if you don't believe you're Israelites, da-da-da, curse, da-da-da, and then they would leave. And I heard about it. So from Columbus, Arizona. So I said, I got to get into this because that ain't right. So it was GMS's fault.
Hey, look, I got a question.
No, that's a true
We're not going
story.
to discourse, but I got a question for you. All right, because you say that. What do you believe? What do y'all believe what do y'all believe as far as the Bible goes?
The gospel message is the first important thing. That's what Paul says in 1 Corinthians 15, right?
So you believe everybody can
primary
be saved?
No. Whoever
Just give
believes
me a
whoever
generic-
believes in the Lord Jesus Christ will be saved.
Okay, whoever believes in
Yeah.
Jesus can be saved.
So it's not everybody, because not everybody will believe,
Cool,
right?
cool. Now, before you came up, we was talking to that individual there,
Right.
and we was telling him about the nations in the Bible,
Right.
different nations,
Yeah.
the actual biblical nationalities. So I need you to show me. I need you to be nation specific, where it shows us in the scriptures that Moab, Ammon, Japheth, Esau can be saved. I need
Sure.
that passage where it's
Acts chapter
nation
2.
specific.
Acts chapter
Nation
2.
specific.
Acts chapter 2.
No, we can't deal with
Acts
the
chapter
terms.
2.
Hold on, Vocab, hold on.
And
Because the terms Gentile, foreigner, stranger, that's a term, that's not a nationality. So those
that's
terms,
your presupposition.
those terms can be
Can't-
applied to any
You
nation.
can't prove
That's
that.
not a nationality.
Can't
Gentile,
prove that.
Gentile is not a nation.
Gentile.
The Lord did not
Gentiles-
create the nation of Gentile.
No one ever said
So
Gentiles
the
a nation.
word Gentile can apply to one of the nations in the Bible. It can apply to a Moabite. It can apply to Israelite.
That's what you
The
believe.
term stranger
No,
can
that's
apply
what you,
to.
that's what you believe.
No, that's just the truth. Is Gentile a term or is it a nationality?
Gentiles a term for non-Israelites. It's that simple.
You can't prove that.
Every
You
time.
can't prove that.
Okay.
Just
You
like
got.
you said,
Do you
can't
have
prove that.
your Zondervan's concordance
You
on
can't
you?
prove that.
Do you have your Zondervan's? Do you have your Zondervan's concordance?
But you still
Look
answer
up
my
the
question.
term Gentile in
You
it.
still answer my question.
Look up the
okay?
term Gentile. I just gave you a passage, Acts chapter
don't
2.
give him don't give him the scripture yet. Let's get.
I don't need you to
let's
give me the
get Acts
scripture.
chapter
I
2.
know where it is.
Get what he called for, and I wanted to be nation specific.
Yeah, I know where it is. And we can do
And the mother girl, you hold Acts chapter 2.
Old and New Testament.
And what do you want in those zones?
Old to show you what Gentile means.
We know
From
what
your
Gentile
own
is.
source.
We'll get out the zone.
From your own source will show you that what you
But
just said is incorrect.
You still got to answer my first question
Yeah.
before we move any further.
Acts chapter 2, and that's the New Testament passage. Now, don't forget in the Old Testament, it says, in those days, men began to call on the name of the Lord.
Ooh, we've heard your.
And that was
we've heard
pre.
your spirit,
You haven't heard me
okay.
talk about this. Hey, look, if you ask me a question, why would you
You
interrupt
ain't
me?
answering yet.
I'm being chill, I'm being calm, but you
You
ask me a
ain't
question.
answering because
I'm
you got to
going
understand.
Old and
okay,
New Testament,
but
right?
hold on, let me make this point
That's what
again.
I'm doing here.
You got to
All right.
understand.
Yeah.
You have went to every major camp
Not
already.
every. I haven't been seeing y'all
You've
yet.
seen our elders. They're way greater teachers than us.
Yeah, and they didn't do
So-
too well.
And you, hold
They
on.
didn't do too
Wait a
well,
minute,
my friend.
hold on. But you bowed to our elder opposed to her.
I showed him respect.
Yeah, so they did well
I'll
enough.
show
to
you
make-
respect too.
They did well enough to make
I don't
you
have
bow.
to act
That's
crazy.
like when you on our other brothers' comment board,
I was going to talk to them, but
you knew where they were at?
no, I didn't know where they were at. But if they would have said, come see us, I would have figured out where they were at.
We glad that you love us so much that you want to that you took your time out to come to
I
little old
hope you
Virginia
mean that
camp. But you
sincerely.
ain't gonna get nothing new from this.
Now, let me tell you
John.
something funny. What
John,
happened
you ain't
last night.
gonna get nothing
Let
new
me tell
from
you
this.
something funny that happened last night. I put in the image from the camp last night into Google Images. Because sometimes Google Images let you drop in there and it'll tell you the location by visual matches. So
Y'all gonna put us on the
Let me-
apologetic channel?
No, you're not going to be anywhere. It just recognizes the image. It didn't recognize the street that they were on last night. You know what it recognized?
What's that?
The brother's garment was a woman's dress. So all the visual images were women's dresses that were for sale. I have the video.
But y'all,
On Google Images, you can take an image and find matches for it, of visual matches. So I have this screenshot from GMS Virginia. I want to show you the visual match. Usually it's supposed to give you a location, but it doesn't give a location here. So usually it gives you a location, but it doesn't give a location here. So I want to show you this when I take it in
Vocab is a
to Google
stalker.
Images. Look at the visual matches that you get for GMS. It doesn't give their location. it gives the garment, the same kind of garment the gentleman is wearing. And it's all women's dresses. Yo, look. It doesn't give the location. The Google visual matches are this dude's dress.
We could keep playing it, but this is my point with them. They cannot talk about the camps when they do the same thing. I want to finish watching it. So where is it, Bell, where it gets crazy because Berin and them cut up? Because I like I said, I wasn't 100% watching. I didn't watch him yesterday.
This is one of the points to where Berean took the position that they were out wearing dresses because Vocab was trying to say that he was trying to find their location by using Google Images.
I mean, they used the fabric. Fabric, he could have easily used the fabric, cut it up, and made it into something. I mean, come on now.
Exactly. But what Vocab was originally saying is this is how he found that camp's location. But another camp, he couldn't find the location, but he could find where the brother got the dress that he had on. It's just a narrative that they push. And then Berean took that same narrative and started throwing the brothers are wearing dresses, blah, blah, they're going buying dresses based on the things that Vocab said. This whole thing is Vocab stalking people.
Yeah.
He would see them. Well, he saw them live, and he went on Google to try to find their location since he was in Virginia to try to run up on it.
That's scary. That means he could easily take a screenshot of where I am and drop it and find my address.
Exactly.
Who does that?
Stalkers and agents.
That's exactly, and it just clicked with me because if anybody knows me, I'm very particular about, I don't show like background pictures of where I am. Like my apartment, if I pointed my camera a certain way and y'all saw out the window, there are certain landmarks that people would see and would know possibly where I live.
And they will use Google,
correct,
that image to find the location and then run up on you. It's not safe.
It's not. So, and you already got G-Man who openly said, if I find out where you live or where you are, I'm like, what? But they want to talk about us. I'm not out here trying to figure out where Vocab lives. I'm not out here trying to figure out where G-Man lives. I'm not trying to figure out where Cherry lives, Alton lives. None of these people, because it is not about trying to find you and harass you. I will say this much. If you run up on me, I'm going to call the police. And you best not run up on me when I'm with some people that ain't going to play that type of game. See, this is when it gets dangerous. And this is like you are trying to cause, because my thing is, Dustin, and great example, they keep saying that the camps are outside of the churches preaching. They've been doing this for years. They stand outside of churches all the time.
But in some of those situations, those pastors were talking reckless about the camps and daring them to show up. And then all of a sudden, they started to show up. Yeah. And now they're crying. Mike Holloway, he did the same. Well, he ran up on IUIC in Detroit, tried to make this. Did you see that? Where he tried to make this big production.
Yep.
And it went bad. But they're saying that they won and Mike is up. No, these people have an agenda. One of the agendas that I saw, because I went up on Berean's last week sometime, I gave my testimony. That's all I gave. I'm not a teacher. I'm not a historian. Some things I know. So I gave from my perspective. The one thing I said was that it seems like some people are trying to drive a wedge between camp and non-camp. And so far, they've been successful. But now people are starting to take another look, and they have a problem. We are all Israel, whether we have the same doctrine or not. The camps, they have their way. The chart and other things like that, I don't agree with that. But they're still my brother. And one of the things I was trying to relay in the chat I had with Marian is how we as Black people, and I was going back into the 60s, where we were being called colored. And the point I was trying to make is someone is trying to drive a wedge between colored people. And that has happened over and over again. They're trying to do it now, and we need to put a stop to it.
Yep. And that's why with the infighting, y'all notice with the infighting, I'll nip it in the bud. I just recently, though, had to kind of take a side. But ultimately, the infighting, I'm not here for it. Because, again, we all need to talk. Now, when the infighting gets bad and you start talking about me, then I got to push back from you. Because if not, I'm going to get in my flesh. But that's the goal. You know, that's the goal with a lot of them. Create infighting to throw them off. And if you notice, it's been a lot of that.
And then that's one of the things one of the lessons that we have to learn about love and forgiveness. These are our brothers. We're all brothers and sisters. So how many times are we supposed to forgive each other? But they'll turn around. Well, what about these over here? You don't love them? Do you love white people? Do you love vocab? No, I'm talking about my family. This is family business. And we're trying to get together. For outsiders to come into our living rooms and dictate how our family interacts and solves issues, in my house, you'll get thrown out on your head. You stay out of my family business. Now, if I'm talking about somebody else's business, that's fine. But family business, this is in-house. And that was kind of what was going on with you the last time you were on with Pastor Kelly. And Pastor Kelly made it clear, this is my family's information. This is personal to me, but they don't care. But looking back over time, that was just another tactic, the whole pews and the whole cats. What that came about was they were losing the historical argument. They were losing the genetic argument. So all of a sudden during that time, because that's what we were talking about, I think Nephilim was going on at the time, the whole thing about WIDA and Spain and Portugal and all of that stuff, and the DNA. So it seems like it was a tactic. We need a distraction. Oh, there's Pastor Kelly. Let's attack him. Let's attack that information. Let's make it all about cats. And that turned the attention away from the real debate, the real information that needed to be dealt with.
Yep. And that's key. That's very important. So I'm gonna finish. I want to play this because I want to listen, because vocab, I've never trusted vocab. I've never trusted his cronies as well, because the best way to destroy the community is to send someone within the community to come after you.
Yes.
Every great leader was destroyed by their own people.
Yes.
Even our Messiah. Who made the decision? They said, give us Barabbas. His own people turned against him. So guess what? The best way to defeat them is get their own people to rally behind it and come against them.
And one more thing I've learned recently is how the Edomites, Idumeans, played a major role in the rulership, Herod, and in the Pharisees. So was that all Israel, or a lot of that instigation back then was from Edom?
Wow. Let me finish up. Let's see, because I want to see what happens.
Yes. Yo, I'm sorry, that's funny. Where you at, G, man?
Well, you answered it, but now the second question.
There's the answer. Cool. Boom, boom, bada bing, bada bing.
Cool, let's do it at X2. If this ain't the answer that we want, we wrapping it up.
Well, usually you're out here for 2.5 or 3 hours.
We've already been out here for 3 hours.
No, you have not, because I saw when you first went live.
What is the time? What is the time?
Yeah, that says 2:44.
You just bear false witness.
So you have 15 more.
You just bear false witness.
So you have 15 more minutes on your shot clock. So you have 15 more minutes.
You know when we're about to wrap it up.
Yeah, as soon as you saw me is when you're about to wrap it up. I get it.
What is he bearing false witness, bro?
Yeah.
You don't
You
know
was
that.
just talking to that dude.
And how you know we be out here for 3 hours? How you know?
Because all your videos go from
Sometimes.
No, all of them. You look. This is easy. No one has to work for the government to figure it out. You gotta be a normal person.
What? Today I had a hard day at the plantation, and I want to wrap it up because I'm a slave to America.
Yeah, it sounds like you can't deal with somebody who knows your doctrine.
No, that ain't. You've been doing what you want.
I don't play that way. If you notice, I post direct.
Sometimes you've been the nice guy, and other times you've been.
It depends on you.
You just bear false witness anyway.
That depends on you.
But we're gonna keep it cordial.
Okay. So Acts chapter 2.
Before we get that, the question was, make sure it's nation specific.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna be honest. Vocab ain't been right. He ain't never been right at all. But he totally lost it when Dante laid the smack on him. When Dante drug him through the concrete a couple of years ago, and I don't think Berean thought it was going to play out the way it was going to play out. Vocab has literally been a joke now. Dante beat the brakes off of Vocab. I remember watching it, and I was like, it's time to give it up, Vocab. And Dante, yeah, he went through that whole community. Like, I mean, I ain't never seen it before, but he destroyed Vocab. I sat there and I was like, yeah, that ain't time to.
But do you remember how that? Do you remember how that whole thing started? Yeah. It started with Muhammad Tazimur, which had nothing to do with it, but there was some issue going on with him, and I'm not sure, it may have been Pastor Mason, and Tazimur came up and talked on Berean's channel to try to squash it. Somehow Vocab got in the stream, and he was going at Tazimur. Yeah. And in the process, Vocab started dropping names, Dante, Pastor Kelly, you, and everybody. But it was Vocab's intention to try to start that debate with Dante. He was going after Dante the whole time. And that's what started that. Now, I don't know if that live is still up, because your boy likes to hide stuff. Oh, yeah. But that's what happened. And then after that, there was the whole debate about the 400 years. That was Vocab's attempt to try to, make Dante look bad about the 400 years. And Dante told him, I never, said that. He wrote his book, but he never made any real pronouncements about the 400 years. Yeah. Vocab wanted to tie that to him and everybody else. They love to tag and label people. Mm-hmm. They are stalkers, and he's the main one.
They all agents. I believe all of them. I'm gonna be honest. I think a lot of them are getting paid. They're getting paid big time.
Somehow.
I think so. If it be by way of open opportunity to write a book, it doesn't necessarily have to be a check, but it can be access. That's Absolutely. What I learned. Access is sometimes more better than is. I ain't gonna say more better because last time I mispronounced the word. Vocab did a whole spoof on there talking about she's supposed to be educated, and here it is, she's saying more better. I'm country. One thing people know is I'm country, but the access is much better than an actual check, because access means that's consistent income,
right?
But there's access. That's why these guys go and write books. They need us to write books. They need us to write books. Period. Because one thing I will say, Israelites bring numbers. And I've learned that that's the game. Berean told they secrets too. They go out here and make fake accounts so they can go stalk you.
Yes.
Who does that? I don't have a fake account. I don't have time for a fake account. I have too much in my day to be creating fake accounts so that I can stalk you and create tension.
And just to try to muddy up your name, to destroy this narrative. But that's a problem that they have, and they don't have an answer for, because one thing is for sure. The Black church is bleeding men.
Yeah.
The black church is bleeding men. From estimates I've heard, there may be 10%, maybe 20% of men in the black church, and most men have gone elsewhere. Now, to help the church, I would suggest that they go out amongst the men that aren't a part of the church and ask them why, what happened. And a lot of time, what they're going to hear, what you'll hear from me, I don't have time for the foolishness. I need straight answers. And if you can't give me a straight answer, I think you're trying to con me. Give
Yep.
me a straight answer, right or wrong, but give me a straight answer. But don't try to fool me. I don't
Oh
have time
yeah.
for that.
And they got mad at me when I said they got mad because they said the camps have been hitting the streets and showing up to the churches, and they was upset. They got real mad when I said, "Well, y'all can't be mad at them because the camps was doing what the church should have done. These black men y'all were ignoring because y'all was too busy looking at what a person looked like and what their past is and not taking them for who they were and helping them grow. Y'all mad because the camps did it. The camps was going into the projects.
And
They still mad at
IUIC is looking strong right now. Why? Because
them.
of the number of strong, orderly men marching down the street.
Yes, and they mad about it. When I say mad, when I said that, I said they doing what y'all should have been doing 15 years ago,
Yes.
20 years ago. Now, I ain't gonna say 15 years because when I was coming up, we was in the hood. We were doing things in the hood. Some churches were, and I'm not saying all, but as a whole, the black church fell asleep on the black man, and I hate to say that.
Exactly. And I'll
Fell
go
asleep.
further. It's not just the black church. I'll say, well, my generation. I
Uh-huh.
was born in the 50s, came up in the 60s, and I've got a daughter basically about your age. But during the late 60s and when I became an adult, that was in around 73-ish. But that was during the time of the whole Superfly and all of that kind of thing. My generation fell for it and we dropped the ball. I'll take responsibility. A lot of people don't want to do that. Now, in doing that, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know. I didn't know the agenda behind the black exploitation
Yep.
movies, behind all the other stuff that had been forced down on us. Now I see, and the only thing I can do is to take accountability. If we do that, then we can get out of our feelings when somebody
Yep.
challenges
Yep.
us.
Yep. And the thing is, I ain't gonna even say the exploitation movies. The world is gonna do what the world is gonna do. That's the world, the way they did that. I think where the church, when I came up and when I was coming up in the church era, it was more women in the church than men. And the way the church had started moving, they were catering more to the women and not more to families.
Yes,
And
and
that's where the shift happened. And when that shift happened, those brothers, because a pastor, and they talk about Stephen Darby now, and I'm just like, I don't even indulge them anymore when they start getting into it about Steve Darby, because Steve Darby again touched many people. He said, a lot of these black pastors didn't want the men in there because the men would have put a cap in how much you gave to the church. So single women are emotional. They finna go with it. God gonna bless you with a husband. Give, and they give, and before you know it, they didn't gave half they check to the church, and then they broke. Where a man would have said, nope, I'm buying, I'm paying for this, and that's it. Because they said, I think Jakes did this thing of this male empowerment teaching.
yeah,
He turned around and did another teaching where he's a woman, thou art loose. He noticed that he made more money with that, and he started doing less about the men because men not gonna spend all their money. Men
nope.
gonna go buy a book, they gonna pay for their ticket, but telling them get in the $10 line, $20 line, $30, they're not gonna do that.
Why should I do that? I give the church, so much and you want more. But they prey on the emotionalism of women.
Yep. Yep.
And it's been downhill, but there's been a bigger plan in separating the black family, and that started back in the 50s.
Yeah.
Now, I've been told about that, but and that whole welfare thing. Now, what I did see was the introduction of the birth control pill, which I personally believe was a detriment to us as a people, because to me it was a way to control our numbers. Left alone, and we were still having children the way we did back in older times, we would have been a much stronger people here in the United States. That was a threat. So they had to have a way of controlling the numbers of their herd,
Yep.
and also driving a wedge between men and women. This whole women's lib movement, and,
Oh
and
yeah.
back in the Woodstock days, free love, women burning bras and free love, this, that, and other. Once that came into play and we fell into it, well, every man had to have a bunch of women. And that was the narrative that was pushed to us, and we fell for it. And in doing so, we had a bunch of out of wedlock births, and it's been going downhill since then, to
Yep.
where now we've got LGBTQ and all these other things put on top of that, and we are in a struggle. And as a people, I personally believe we have to get back to the old ways. These new ways, it's not good for us.
And then too, it's backfiring on them. That's why they're trying to make abortion illegal, because it's impacting their numbers.
Exactly.
Abortion was
Exactly.
originally designed for our people. That's why you had Margaret Sanger going to these black pastors trying to get them to endorse her movement, and they ended up endorsing her and her movement.
Yes.
She didn't go to
And
the white, she went straight to the black. So guess what? Abortion was put in place, I really believe, and designed to destroy the black numbers. And what happened was, I think it's flipped, and their numbers are not quite where they needed to be, where they have literally now making it illegal. And I heard through the grapevine that they were almost like trying to make any type of contraceptive like condoms illegal. I think they're concerned about their numbers.
their numbers are going, their birth rate is going down.
So now,
But
yeah,
if we're left alone and have better, stronger families, our numbers will go up. It just naturally happens. That's one of the blessings that the Most High has given us, fertility. But they try to control it, and through birth control and through social means, by breaking up the family. Uh, right now, there's this divide between black men and black women, and they've got the divestment sectors, and I forget, the manosphere that want to go and leave the country. That's driving a wedge between us. That they're pointing out
yep,
things between men and women, so that we don't want to have much to do with each other, and we'll go spread our seed somewhere else, or keep it. Well, I
yeah.
don't want to keep it to
That's why
ourselves.
but that's why I don't like these shows that, you know, some of these shows that create division amongst our people, and make it seem as if, the man is not needed or the woman is not needed, and I can do my, and it's like it's a mind game. It's a mind game that they're also playing with us. That's why the introduction
Yes,
of Kevin Samuels, and I know some people in this chat may agree with Kevin Samuels. I understand some of the things he was saying, but it didn't help at all. It hurt at the most, because now you got black men and black women are at odds right now, and this man is dead
exactly,
and gone.
exactly.
And I think it's always been a tool and a goal to keep us divided, and not just in our families, but in our relationships as a people. Because again, it goes back. This man that's on the screen right now, he's not black.
And all he does
Why is
is,
he always concerned about black conversations? It's not impacting him.
because as master, he thinks that he can
Correct.
teach and direct us, and he
Correct.
has the church, the black church, and trying to put them in a position to where we have to come under their authority,
Yep.
as
Yep.
opposed to us following the scriptures, the law, statutes, and commandments, however you look at that. But that 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 promotes order in our people. And if we get back to those ways and understand those ways, the main, and that's what I love, Jordan, fervent charity. What he talks about a lot is love, amongst people. I try to take it further amongst us. We need that love so that we can trust each other, that we can work together. But if there's no trust and there's no love, then there's no working together.
Yep.
Then mission accomplished.
Yep. And I'm gonna say something. Dante said that, I think he talking about Kevin Samuels. He promoted not black mama, black daddy, but baby daddy, but families. I agree with that. You heard me say there's some things that Kevin Samuels said made sense. But right behind it, calling someone you fat, you unattractive, you ugly, I was not in agreement with that. And I really believe that we have to be healthy as a people. But attacking a woman and calling them ugly, come on. Now, I'm not agreeing, but then you got to also think about the women that were hopping on his show too as well. They wanted that attention.
Yes.
But I don't think calling people ugly or fat is good. I think the message behind y'all, we got to get it together. We got to be a family. I'm in 100% agreement with that. Pastor Darby was good about that. He got on women hard about the things that we needed to do as women. Because I would look at what Kevin Samuel said to women and what Pastor Darby said to women were the same. But in turn, I didn't hear Pastor Darby calling women. And I don't uphold women calling men ugly. Don't flip that either. I don't uphold that. I don't feel like we need to call each other ugly. But I'm speaking to the situation.
Well, that whole paradigm has been pushed on us since the beginning.
Yep.
That we're ugly. Our bodies are, our body types are ugly. Our facial features are ugly, and Yah forbid that dark skin is dirty. And that's one of the things that Vocab has been accused of, calling dark skin ugly or dirty.
Now, some women did not call themselves average, Dante. Some women got on there, but again, you got to think about the quality of women that would have gotten on Kevin. I wouldn't have gotten on Kevin Samuels' channel because I think, don't do that. I wouldn't have gotten on. I think the quality of women as well. But some women weren't calling themselves fat. Some women are big women that think that they're beautiful. And I don't knock it. I really believe that, as far as health wise, we need to watch what we eat for our health. But some women are a little thicker than others.
Some women are thicker than others, and that's the trend that the world is trying to tell us is bad. I'm not talking about obesity, but thick women, and that's where they're running, to other places to get these BBLs and all this stuff. Yay. Everybody wants that, but for some of us, a lot of us, that comes natural. But at the same time, we have a variety of shades and colors, and we have a variety of body shapes, and they're all good.
Yep. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not skinny mini. I've never been skinny mini my whole life. I've always been a thicker girl, even at my most healthiest state when I was running and exercising. I've always still been a fairly thicker woman. I've never been one to be concerned about my thickness, but I mean, that's something that, some women are just different, but I don't think calling a woman fat, that's not cool.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah. But I think that, women there are white women that come in all shapes and sizes. I had white friends that was that wanted to be in the gym with me back when I used to be in the gym, but couldn't stop, But I think overall as a unit, we got to learn how to love each other. I'll say that much.
That's the key.
As a unit, I think as a unit, as Black people, we need to love each other and help each other and not insult each other. And that goes on both ends, because there are women out here that teach the nonsense of you got to be a 6-figure man to be in my life. Girl, That blue collar man, that's the mechanic, I'm good with him as if I had an attorney. I don't look at what you make. If you getting out here, you hitting the ground running and you working, and you a good man and we together, I love you. So the sickness is on both sides. And I'll say that much. There's some women walking around here, man, got to make 6 figures to be in my life. Well, you want a 6-figure man. Now, I do agree with Kevin Samuels on this, and people may not agree. You want a 6-figure man. What are you doing for yourself?
But another thing,
what are you doing for yourself?
We have to look at is, what about the children?
Yes.
Okay? And what about having children, which a lot of women are either delaying, which is not really good, or staying away from altogether. But that's against our families and our growth as a people. But and it was, I remember back in the late 60s where there was this push, there was more push for women to get out of the home. Now, I don't have any problem with women working and taking on careers, but at the same time, I remember when there were mothers at home which made sure that the children were fed properly, clothed properly, and supervised. But we don't have a lot of that anymore.
Let me say something, Bill. Everybody like, I'm on men. I'm not on men. I'm on both sides. I'm gonna tell y'all something. My and I hate to say it like this, I'm going to say, when you're looking for a spouse or a mate, what physically appeals to you may not physically appeal to other people. A great example is, I'm attracted to thicker men, not heavy men. I'm not into, and that's just my preference. I'm not into overweight, heavy men, but I like thicker build men. I don't like skinny men. I've never been attracted to skinny men. I like thicker build men. Because of that, that's just my preference. But I got friends who love the bigger men, like the heavier man. I don't knock that. Just like I got another friend that loves skinny men. That's just your preference. But my concern is your health.
Right.
Your health is very important to me, because I got skinny friends that have diabetes, and the bigger man may not have it. You know, I'm not saying being obese, morbidly obese, is healthy. I'm not knocking that, unhealthy lifestyles. But I think when we start talking about people's physical type and what type of money they make, that's when, you know, I don't like that. I'm not for that at all, period.
Yes.
I support Black families coming together and growing. I support that 110%. Us coming together and growing as a unit, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think where we fall short is, I think sometimes we push things on people because of our own insecurities. Because I think he ended up being with a heavier woman when he died. I think Kevin Samuels. But again, I get on women too. These women that are out here saying, I need a 6-figure man with muscles, and I need for him, but you ain't out here working. You're not taking care of yourself physically, because you know your health is very important. You're not doing what you need to do as a woman to just take care of yourself, but you want somebody to come along and take care of you. I'm not for that. I'm not for that at all. It's problems on both sides. It's problems on both sides. So I agree. So everybody here.
But what's more important, having that 6-figure man or woman, or having someone that you can truly work together with and trust?
Correct.
Trust is important. And you can have all of these things, but you know, if you're constantly being betrayed, what good does it do? I mean, your life is going to be a living hell.
Oh, I said Kevin Samuels. This chat is just going. Let's start back talking about vocab. Let's start back. Let's play some vocab. Let's play some vocab real quick. Hey, y'all, pay attention to the vocab. I don't even feel like talking about Kevin Samuels. That make my head hurt. Hold on.
Now, if you're in Acts chapter 2, look at the list.
What verse?
Look at the list. Well, let's go down to verse 7. Man, this is really small writing. And these, and not all these who, okay, let's speak of Galileans. And look at verse 8. And how is it that we hear each of us in his own native language, hint 1, Notice his native language. Parthians and Medes and Elamites and residents of Mesopotamia. Judea, notice it's in there too, and Cappadocia. Pontus and Asia. Phrygia and Pamphylia. Egypt and the parts of Libya belonging to Cyrene. And visitors from Rome. Both Jews and proselytes. Christians and Arabians. We hear them telling in our own tongues the mighty works of God. Now, notice it says Jews and proselytes. That Chi is a Greek construction. So it's telling you Jews and proselytes. A proselyte doesn't even say Gentile. So they're from all places, and it says native language. So that's step one. If you want to go Old Testament, I'm not done yet. If you want to go step two, we can go to the Old Testament in Genesis, which says it was at that time men began to call on the name of the Lord, and that is prior to Abraham. So it's prior to Abraham.
What verse did you start at?
Acts chapter 2, verse 8.
Now go to verse 5. Let's get the point of who them men were.
Oh, I know the point.
Yeah, but you didn't get the point.
I know the point.
But you didn't get the point.
Oh, I know the point.
First Peter, the first chapter.
I know the point. Oh, wait. We're in a Hebrew hopscotch already. Wait. We're in Acts, and you're going. You're telling him to go to Peter.
Hebrew hopscotch.
Yeah, because
that's why I said this is. That's why I said this is vain.
It's not vain if you stay in Acts chapter 2.
You've already went to all these camps.
You know he should have left you in Acts 2.
If you know how we're going to deal with you, why deal with
Because I want you to learn how to deal with the Bible faithfully.
Because he
check this out, brother, listen, here's what it is.
Let me tell you something.
If you learn how to deal with the Bible faithfully, you'll build out your false religion. The way you do the Bible faithfully is that by skipping over here when we're in Acts chapter 2. Now, here's the context. Acts chapter 2. So let's stay in Acts chapter 2. Answer me from Acts chapter 2.
You didn't answer my question.
I'm waiting.
Where did it say Edomites at? Where did
you say no? You said nation specific. Number one.
Those are tongues.
Number
Acts chapter 2 is speaking about the tongues.
It says proselyte. What is a proselyte? What is a proselyte? What is a proselyte? What is a proselyte? Define proselyte. Define proselyte.
You didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question.
Oh, so you answer me after I answer? Okay.
Are they speaking in tongues? Are they talking about the tongues that they were speaking?
They are speaking.
Or is it talking about the nations?
Now there were dwelling in Jerusalem Jews. Look at that.
Jews.
Devout men from every nation.
Jews from every nation. You just answered your question.
Under
Jews from every nation. Let's wrap this
sound. The multitude came together. They rebelled because each one was hearing to speak in his own language.
We're not going to get from the material.
Now, here's the other key. If you notice, he says, this promise is to you, your sons and daughters, and those who are far off. If you've done due diligence in the Old Testament, you'll know that far off is a Hebraic way to describe other peoples and other nations. Brother, what far off is a way to describe those who are outside the covenant. And from Ephesians 2, you see what happened to those outside the covenant who are far off. They were brought near by the blood of Christ, and the wall was separated.
Christ, who's Christ?
Now, here's what y'all are trying to do. He's not Yahushua, because that name doesn't exist
but
until
who's Christ?
1969.
Who's Christ?
So here's what's going on.
Who's Christ?
You have proselytes, and you never define proselytes.
But you never even answered my question.
I just read a whole grip of passages.
Acts chapter 2 said
and you wanted to run off to Peter.
It said it was Jews of devout men out of every nation. So when you go down, it's talking about those men, those Jews out of every nation.
Jews and devout men. It doesn't specify Jews, does it?
About the Jews.
What's a proselyte?
You didn't answer my question. The question that I proposed,
you said be nation specific. I was.
So where did it say a Moabite? Where did it say an Edomite?
Now let's do this.
I said, show me a scripture where it says that Edomites can be saved, where Moabites can be saved, where Japhites can be saved. That's not a scripture to answer that question.
Was the kingdom of Moab in existence during this time?
You didn't answer the question.
Answer is
I'm not answering none of your questions because you couldn't answer.
Number two.
What did I propose to you, Vocab? I said you can answer that question. We'll continue.
You said you defined proselyte, but you never did.
I didn't. I never said.
He was ready. He was ready to hear your answer. He wanted to hear your answer right there.
He's mad because he couldn't answer the question.
He wanted to hear your answer right there.
He's mad because he couldn't answer the question.
And you never helped him out.
You couldn't answer the question.
I answered your question very well. Okay. Then let's go to your Peter passage and show how it destroys the Bible of Acts chapter 2.
There's no point. There's no point in this. You're gonna get the same scriptures we always bring up.
Actually,
you've been to Dallas. You've been to Houston.
You've been to Houston. Different answers.
You've been to Houston. You've been to New York. You've been to Chicago.
Why are you recounting? Why?
Because there's no point in this.
And Paul went all over.
There's no point in this. Then you get on your YouTube page.
Yeah. You're on your YouTube page.
You're teaching your people.
You're on your YouTube page.
Videos talking about how to spot an Israelite and all this.
Yeah, if they wear a shower curtain with fringes, you might know an Israelite.
Hey, look.
Now
we're gonna give all praise and glory to Yahweh. Hey, double Paul and the apostles.
That's
And don't forget
That
Peace
taught
and
us this
Akim
truth,
and Akim out
the
there
real
watching
truth.
these videos. And also, that includes the sisters who are.
My concern is oh, y'all want to jump in? Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. I need to drop the link. I'm talking and running my mouth. Y'all didn't know my cell phone number. Text me when people say that, because I promise you, I'm running my mouth, and I just noticed somebody said they wanted to jump in. I'm so sorry. But where we have to be careful with Vocab is he's an instigator.
Yes.
And he will be the one that would instigate something and cause something to happen and then play the victim.
Yes.
Have you noticed that it's gotten more and more and more heated? It's getting worse to the point that I pray that nothing happens like a fight or something of that nature, because what will happen is Vocab will instigate it, and you have, the black church fighting against the Israelites, and before you know it, it turns out to be physical. And guess what happens? Vocab sit back and watches and watches it all play. Watch it plays out.
And that's one of the things that I saw in that whole blitz on the church and the IUIC and any of the rest that were involved. They came out, they said what they said, but they did not express any violence. They weren't really intimidating. They were talking about the scriptures. But on the other hand, I saw at least 2 instances of Christians with weapons. One pulled a weapon and aimed it at a brother's head. The other one brandished the weapon. They didn't like that they were out in front of the church on public property. And a lot of these Christians got super carnal. And, well, like I said, one brandished his weapon. The other one, it looks like, because we didn't see the beginning of the scuffle, but it looked like some women started attacking the IUIC members. One was standing up with her shoe, hitting the brother in the head with the shoe. None of them were fighting back. And then another brother came up, pulled his pistol, and aimed it at the brother's head. Nobody wants to talk about that. But I challenge anyone, pull up the arrest records, pull up the court records of the Israelites being arrested, charged, any of that for violence.
Yeah, because I'm finished. I'm sorry, Bill.
No, they have maybe this one little clip that happened years ago of this white woman. I think it was in New York. She was being disruptive, and she kept running up on, it may have been GMS, and then the brother pushed her away. She fell down, started crying, but the end result, the cop must have been around. The cops took her away.
Wow.
But I haven't seen maybe one instance where camp members were arrested, and mainly because the cops didn't want them where they were. But it wasn't for any threats or any violence. And if that has happened, I'd like to see the court records.
That's wow, because again, one thing I will say with the craziness that goes on, outside of, the few instances where you had, a couple of them that went rogue, went wild, did something out of order. They always, we do admit that there are some people out there that did some things that they wasn't supposed to do, to someone, if it be someone's daughter, and I think that they need to be held accountable.
Well, there was the Peter Moses. There was a Peter Moses that killed the little boy and I think the mother or something like that, and buried the child in the backyard. That was some years ago. He was crazy. I think he was GMS, but he was crazy. Yep. There was another case with the sister over in Britain.
Yeah.
Right. But other than that, I'm looking for court records of all of this violence that the camps have done. And I haven't seen it, but I'd like to see it if somebody can present it. And if it's not there, and I think Dante did a video the other day about the SPLC taking Israelites off of the violent list and kind of moved them over to the
Because
anti-Semitic list.
and the thing is, I have yet to see an all-out plan to. I will say this much: these brothers ain't said. I ain't heard them say, I'm going out here to get these nations. They ultimately saying that the Most High coming to judge the nations.
That's the thing. But
And
all we
I'm like,
hear on
so are you gonna put? I'm gonna say this. So if he coming back to judge all the nations for what they did, so is he racist? No. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
I have never heard any camp say, I'm going out here and I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. Now, again, they were rogues and they were nutcases that did what they did. But even in church, you got Christians that did, things that they did in the name of Christianity. Great example, Jim Jones. Jim Jones go down as one of the ones that he killed. I think out of all the mass murders, he has the most bodies.
But
In the
one of
name
the
of
things, one of the things I like to do, and I did get a chance to get Berean to play Benaya's Hidden Hebrews, part of it concerning the children. The other part that I wanted to try to direct the conversation into was the Inquisition and what was done to the parents. And I constantly hear Christians throwing around this heretic word. But if you look at it back in Spain and Portugal, that's what got people killed. They were deemed heretics if they did not follow the Roman religion.
And that's what I'm looking at. Like, if it's one instigator that creates something and ever something happened, they would target every single body that's even professing to be an Israelite. Even if the Christian community started something.
Yes.
They get started. And guess what happens? It'll be us.
I call Spain and Portugal a crime scene. Mm-hmm. We've got the crime tape around. We've got the smoking gun. We have DNA evidence. There are other crime scenes, concerning Israel, but this one has the freshest evidence that we can go to. And I do believe that we need to focus on that more and ask the church to answer.
Yeah.
Because it was the church that did it. Yes, it was the Roman Catholic Church, but the Protestants brought it over here to America and continued it.
Yep. And the thing is, I've heard people say the curses aren't valid. I really believe that the curses are valid because some of the one of the curses they're going to be strung up on a tree. It were Christians that were hung.
And there were Jews.
When I say Christian, I mean black people that were
in
believers.
Spain and Portugal, and they were. Yes. But that whole the church has been anti-Semitic, but they don't want to talk about it because that whole thing in Spain and Portugal was anti-Semitism.
Rio.
And where we get a lot of torture techniques today, it came from the Inquisition. The whole waterboarding, I think you may have said something about it earlier, the whole waterboarding thing was picked up from Spain and Portugal. That was, the people said that was the worst torture. They could take the burning, they could take the breaking of bones, but the water torture was the worst.
Yeah, it's so much. But again, this is what we call an agitator right here. I don't agree with these GMS, what they doing, but that's all they doing is standing on the street corner preaching. No different than the Jehovah's Witness going knocking door to door. Let them do what they do. They ain't out here with guns talking about what they're gonna do to somebody. Anything that they do is they talk about that the Most High is coming to do this with a sword. That's what they teach. And I'm like, I mean, he is coming back, and he ain't finna be friendly.
He's not happy. He's not happy.
Yes. So let me finish up with this agitator right here. I'm telling y'all, if something ever goes down, this man right here, he would be one of the ones that would stir it and then walk away and play like he the victim. I ain't never trusting. I don't care. He can watch it. He can go do a whole live about Sister E. One thing Sister E will say, I do not trust Vocab. Vocab is a devil, period. I don't trust him because of what he does. So
he's sowing division, and
correct.
The Christians are following that division, and it's an us against them with Black Christians. But they fail to realize that we are all in the same boat. Now, to bring it current, I've been saying for a few years, but now it's being repeated time and time again on the news, the potential for civil war here in the United States. If that breaks out, Black people, what side are you going to be on? I say step back. We're on our side. That's y'all business. But what's going to happen if or when this civil war does break out? What are we going to do? Is anybody thinking about it? Is anybody talking about it?
Wow. That's gonna be, and that's gonna be it right there. Because again, if we ever all fell out, let's say, and I'm gonna say this: if the Black people and Black Christians and Israelites fell out, white people would only see Black people fight. They wouldn't care if he was Israel, or if they wouldn't care if he was a Christian. Look at them Black people fighting.
But the thing is,
all of us,
white people are about to fight white people. And they're going to want to draw us in on either side. And that's why I asked the question, which side? And I said, Jay, I say that we step back and, y'all have at it.
Yeah,
we've been through enough.
Yeah, I ain't in it. I ain't jumping on nobody's side. Because when you look at what's going on in Congress right now, they about to, it's getting ugly. And if they do, I ain't in it. I'm chilling. Just leave me alone. But let me finish up. Let me finish vocab. I want to see what else he's going to say.
Faithful and hopeful elect, and those of the mixed multitude, confusion of faces, who may look like the other so-called nations, but actually are part of our people. I know your whole liturgy.
Your homework is to find a scripture, because, see, the Bible is very nation-specific.
Hey, can you guys get this?
There's many scriptures.
Let's get some of these.
Hold on, John.
Get some of these.
There's many scriptures that say Israel can be saved.
He's got Jews bound down. He's got Jews bound down the shaft with a crown. He's got a mace.
Show me the scripture where it says Esau can be saved.
Okay.
Show me the scripture where it says Japheth can be saved.
Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Be nation specific. The terms Gentile, stranger, and foreigner are terms. They're not nationalities.
Those from the house of Herod are what?
Well, you know how to read the Bible.
Yes.
Quote the chapter and verse.
They're Edomites, aren't they?
Quote the chapter and verse.
They're Edomites, correct?
Yeah, we heard you said Herod was the last Edomite. You didn't.
No. I never said that. I said one of the last mentioned. He's not. I never said he was the last Edomite. That's not what they misrepresented me. He is one of the last mentioned, and Tahar even said he's right, one of the last mentioned. I never said he was the last one. I didn't say that. Okay, so here we are in Acts chapter 26, and it's very important what is said here. To King Agrippa the Edomite. You said you want an Edomite. Now look at this, King Agrippa. King Agrippa, do you believe in the prophets? I know that you believe. And Agrippa said to Paul, in a short time, would you persuade me to be a Christian, not a member of GMS or some, be a Christian. You guys need to be Christians. Amen. Now it says, and Paul said, whether short or long, I would to God that not only you, the Edomite, he's an Edomite. He's an Edomite. Now I knew you were going to go there, so let me cut you off in the past. I got you.
Context for the viewers.
Before he left, Agabus, the prophet, prophesied, you're going to get bound up in Jerusalem. Yes or no?
So if a man
and hold up, let me
go ahead, John.
And he said to Agabus, don't worry about it, bro. We can go there if you want to. He said, I'm not only willing to be bound up, like remember he did the sermon illustration with his belt. I'm willing to die. Now you want to turn Paul from strong man to sissy, because you can't handle the fact that he wanted an Edomite to be saved. You're saying, what was about to be happening? He was lying so that he could get out of it, because the Bible says, agree with Ecclesia quickly. But that's not what it says.
You see
what it says is,
you see why I say he already done this many times.
Whether I'm bound or get killed, I'm good for it. Now, why did Paul change his mind according to you when he stands in front of Agrippa? Did he sell out? Did he cower? No, he did not. Yes, I did. Agrippa is an Edomite, and he said, "You and all those who hear me." Then why did Paul want him to be a Christian?
Hold on, yes or no?
Why did Paul want him to be a Christian?
Does that scripture say the Lord?
He says he wants him to be a Christian.
Going to be saved.
He says he wants to be a Christian without chains. Without chains.
No. So
yes, it does. It says without chains.
No.
Have you read Acts 26?
You added to the scriptures.
Wait. Paul says, "I wouldn't
couldn't
be
even
like
break down
me
Acts chapter 2,
except
right?
for these chains."
You
He
jumped to
literally
verse 8.
says it.
You jumped to verse 8 in Acts chapter 2.
Have you actually read Acts 26?
Bro, stop trying to come up here and try to make it seem like
whether short or long, I would to God
when you just
that not only
talking about Christ,
but also all who hear me this day might become such as I am, except for these.
So, quick question: what caused Berean and them to go into a tizzy last night?
This video.
What part of the video or the entire video?
It's the whole thing. Vocab looks desperate.
Yeah, he does. He
looks extremely desperate. If you look at the people on that other channel, they're starting to get desperate. It's getting crazy.
It is. It's getting. That's what I'm getting kind of, and that's another reason why I've been kind of watching, because I've been kind of like, these people are just. I could say Jesus is Lord. She's saying another Jesus.
The truth ain't in them. The truth ain't in them.
Or I can say, I believe in the Holy Spirit and believing your salvation comes through Christ. No, she don't. She believes in salvation through the law. I said, what?
They constantly lie and bear witness on other people.
Yeah.
Constantly. And it's across the board. They try to paint us into some type of narrative that puts us in a bad position. And I've heard over there a lot of people comparing Israelites to the KKK, which is crazy.
KKK hung how many black folks? I ain't seen one Israelite hang a white person. So when they do that, I be like, no, that ain't the same thing. That ain't. Now the thing is, some of they beliefs and doctrine, yeah, you can question that. But one thing I will say, I ain't seen one Israelite hang anybody from a tree.
Now, if we talk about doctrine and listen to the differences in doctrines amongst the Christians and the different denominations, they can't talk about anybody. But they choose us, and they're trying to team up together to go against us. And I just wonder why. We're all black folks. We all been through this stuff together.
They are getting desperate. Let me finish up. Yeah, they are desperate now. They are getting very desperate. They wanna deem us as being hate group. I hate sin. I hate what's been done to my people. If that's a hate group, I'm sorry. A hate group was the group that put my people in captivity. That's the hate group. Hate group was the one that raped and mistreated my people. That's a hate group. That's a hate group. Let's talk about that hate group. They don't want to talk about that.
But the thing that I keep hearing is this Israelite doctrine is a black power doctrine. That's crazy. That's crazy. They're trying to paint us as the Black Panthers, black militants, and we are not militant. Our God is militant, and he's going to come through and tear it up from the floor up. But we don't have any power in our hands. All we have is our tongue. But it does seem like our tongues are like swords. The little things that we say, and it cuts them deep.
Yeah.
And they're getting afraid. And Vocab is afraid.
They're all desperate because the thing is they wanted us to look like they have no proof. Ain't none of us around here teaching hate. Ain't none of us. I'm teaching that I hate what was done to my people. Oh, definitely teaching that. I hate that my people was mistreated. I hate my people put in captivity. I hate how.
Now, one of the questions that I asked Berean the other day, which seemed to cause a little bit of uncomfort, is where is Israel's representation in the church, if we're all one, if we're all the body of Christ, then where's Israel's representation? Much less power. Where is Israel's representation? It's like in the church, in the body, we're either second-class citizens or we are not part of the body. We've got a different body, and the church is going to get all the blessings. It does not make sense.
Yeah, or they teach that. That's why I had a problem. Teach, and let's come together and talk. But the moment you start acting like, we got to teach these poor Israelites because they lost, that's not dialogue. That's belittling. Don't belittle us because there are pieces. And see, they don't want to accept there are pieces in their doctrine that's a little questionable, and they don't all agree. They all don't agree.
No, they don't.
You bring up certain subjects, they're gonna fight and they're gonna argue.
And it boils down to the law. Now, Tim, over there, dispensational Tim, and I love the guy. That I was ready to exchange numbers with him, and I'd like to talk to him offline. But there was a question that came up about if you sin against man, you have an advocate, but if you sin against God, who will be your advocate? So the question that I asked, well, how do you sin against God? And then I went to the 10 Commandments. If you put other gods before God, then you've sinned against God. Elder Tim cut me off. Oh, you're not thinking about that right. Wait a minute. 1 + 1 = 2. If I commit adultery against my brother, I've sinned against him. I'm not showing him love. How do we not show love, or how do we sin against God? It's by breaking those first 4.
And the thing is, but even when Jesus has said that, you remember when he met up with Paul, he said, why do you afflict me? Why do you murder me? Why do you? And he said, I didn't do any of that. He said, every time you touch them, you touch me.
Yes.
So anytime you hurt the people, because he said, love your neighbor, you're sinning against God.
Now I have a bigger question. Okay, Paul was sent to the Gentiles. His gospel was to the Gentiles. For us claiming Israel, or whoever Israel is Paul for Israel, or are the other apostles are the lessons that Israel should be listening to? But Paul, that's to bring in the Gentiles, whoever they are. Now, some say it's all, just regular Gentiles. Some say, and there is a case to be made, that some of those Gentiles were Israelites. It's a valid argument. It's a valid question. And we should look at those things. But as Israel, should our main focus be Paul when he was sent to the Gentiles, not to Israel?
And I think these are good, worthy discussions. But when you, in the midst of people that don't agree with you, and rather to say, I don't agree with you because of this, they deem you as, oh, that's a heretic. I can't believe you said that. Kick you off. I mean, I didn't agree with what Black Jesus said earlier. Some of the stuff Black Jesus said I agree with. Some things I just did not agree with. But he stated his premise of why. I asked him where was his source. He said, I'll give it to y'all later. I said, okay, that's fine, but I don't agree with you. You should
I don't agree with him either. But the bottom line is, he is still my brother.
Mm-hmm.
And I am to show him mercy. I am to forgive him 7 times, 70 times. Mm-hmm. So, and that's what we as a people, if we look out in the street, there is no forgiveness. There is no mercy among us, and therefore no unity. And that's why we can't come together and strengthen our communities. And I'd like to ask the church, where have you been all these years? Not necessarily attacking the church, but personally, I come from a non-church. I was in church as a teenager, and a young man left and went to college, kind of fell off. but I was seeing things that I wasn't being taught back then. I didn't know anything about this Israelite perspective, but I knew that there was something off. And one thing about the church with me, it was always a thing of people doing things and saying things in such a way to kind of embarrass you into submission. But if I see you doing some of the same things and just trying to cover it up, I can't rock with that. And
Yep.
I've just been on my own all of these years, myself and the Most High. I didn't know him, and that was my testimony when I prayed for him to show me the truth. And
Yep.
this is where I wound up. And they had a problem with my personal testimony.
Hey, who just joined? Hello?
Can't hear you, brother. I see you unmuted.
I guess he can't. I give him a minute. Hello? We still can't hear you.
He might have to drop out and come back
Yeah,
in.
drop out and come back in.
But this brother has some good insights. I've seen him over on Berean. He has good insights. Level-headed brother. And for an Israelite to get any kind of shine over there, it's almost impossible unless you agree with him.
I don't know why, and I'm gonna say this. I don't know why people assume, and I'm not saying you, but others think that they can get shine over there. Why? You know you're going. I tell people when you go in, understand you're going into the lion's den. Off the rip, they have deemed you as a heretic unless you agree with them. If you don't agree with them, then they're questioning everything that you think you say, you teach. I mean, you gotta agree with them. But if you challenge,
sometimes our role is our witness and our testimony, and sometimes, and they do it to themselves, is a witness against them. If I come to you, you know, in righteousness and in love, and you show me your hate, then you just condemn yourself. That's not my intention to force you in that. My intention is, you know, let's just dialogue, let's get along. But if you show hate, then you show your true character.
Thank you, Eric, for your super chat. Israel for Israel. He gonna always see the Israel. Thank you, Eric. You do so much for the community. Thank you so much. All right, Akbar.
Shalom, family. Can you hear me now?
Shalom. Yes,
shalom,
we
brother.
can hear you.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks for. I always love this. The spirit over here is just interesting how you can have disagreements and still be peaceful and reflect the character of the Messiah that everybody claims to serve. So, yeah. So, blessing to you, my brother. Yeah, I've heard you on different panels, different times, and I always appreciate the patience with which you share with, and that's one thing. I echo what you're saying about like when you're, and like what you said, Sister E, about going into the lion's den. And I know oftentimes, different times, I try to share, and it's just funny. It's comical to me how behind, oftentimes people behind the YouTube screen, like they instantly become an expert, and so they think, they assume that you don't know, or they don't know where you come from. And so it's funny, how you'll have people and they, oh, he's a heretic, he's this, he's that, and you'll literally tell them, yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree that he's the Messiah. I agree that he's that. But it's almost like the scripture says, it's like, blindness. It's like sometimes in hearing, like people can't hear, and in seeing, people can't see, because they're so fixated on, the point that they want to make.
Yes, exactly.
And that's something that I've noticed. I think it's gonna be. I tell people this, it's gonna be biased. When I go over there, I know I'm going over there with the whole armor of God, knowing that these folks, probably 80% of the people in the chat don't like me, which is fine. It doesn't bother me because I'm still gonna be who I'm gonna be. 110%. Um, they hope that I'm lying, or they hope that they can catch me, and I just be like, what you see is what you get. I'm that person. I ain't gonna say I ain't never made no mistakes along the way, but hey, look, what you see is what you're gonna get. And that's just how I am. Now they'll go and spin it and make it seem like, let's play this, let's show this, let's do this. That's fine. I'm still, it still ain't finna break me down. That's all I'm just gonna say is, okay, that's fine, moving on. But they want. I mean, when you go over there, you got to be prepared. You ain't their friend. You're not
And
their
Sister
friend.
E, that's so funny because it's funny, even like with, different moderators and stuff. And so sometimes, like, the climate is set to like threaten, like, oh, be careful, you're going to get blocked. Right. And so, oftentimes the moderators, they will then adopt that same mindset, and then try to threaten what people say in the chat, oh, be careful, you don't get, so it's funny. And it's oftentimes funny to me because sometimes like I may make a comment, post, chat, and, certain of the moderators, they may disagree and they'll feel a certain way initially. But then once they start just engaging me, even in the chat, they start realizing like, oh no, like I actually kind of like you. I'm like, yeah, I mean, like I'm a real one. Like I really love the Father. Like for real. Like, what I mean? I really, you know, Yeshua is the king for real. Like I have his spirit for real. Like this is not just a theological seminarily, I just graduated from my hermeneutics class. And so now I'm officially saved. No, like I've been born again. And so, and I think oftentimes, when I'm, over there, oftentimes, like I know that anything I say when I'm doing it from the right heart, it's sowing seeds of righteousness, like like you said, brother. And it's like, even if I get persecuted, even if people misunderstand, I'm gonna continue to show the light, wherever I can, but at the same time, like you said, sometimes you can't cast your pearls, what I mean, before swine, or where they're not wanted, using wisdom. But at the same time, I know like sometimes the way it looks, it may be looking like we may be getting the short end of the stick. But at the end of the day, when you're standing for truth, you're standing for righteousness, you're speaking the truth in love, in grace, then ultimately the Most High, he's going to reward, and it's going to be, brought as a witness against them, against people that, refuse to, walk in love and walk in the light of the truth.
Exactly. Because if we, one of the things, one of our jobs, and one of the reasons one of the reasons the Most High chose us is to be an example. We were an example of a rebellious people. We have been an example of his correction. And when he lifts us back up, it's going to be an example to the world, to his power. That's our whole role. Our whole role has been to be who we are, and we fail. We got a big whooping.
Hallelujah.
We made Daddy mad. We made a mess in Daddy's house. And he came back and he tore us up. Rightly so. But as we repent and try to get back in the good favor of Daddy, he's going to lift us back up. And that's the example to the world of his power and his mercy. But people can't see that.
Absolutely. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Absolutely.
And I don't want to make this about them, but I do want us to delve into it, because I was shocked that yesterday they did a video about Vocab, and it sounds like the house was divided. And oh my goodness, I missed that. I promise you, I've been taking such a detox and I ain't even paid attention.
Well, they only really played a few minutes, and then when it got to the dress part and looking up the images online, that's when it stopped and started deeming Israelites as wearing dresses and going along with the rape doctrine. That's the new thing. You're down with the rape doctrine. When Israelites come on, what new doctrine? What new doctrine? Can't you just greet me? Can you show me some hospitality?
They not. They gonna say you a camp. It used to scare me back in the day when people like, see you, that's camp doctrine. I used to be like, ooh, let me watch what I say. When these folks call me stuff like that now, I'd be like, I don't care what you call me. This is what I believe. It doesn't faze me. Like they'll say, well, you believe that those people that believe in the rape doctrine, you following them. I mean, what he just said, it was some point somebody was making, and it made sense. I said it makes sense, but I'm not agreeing with him as a person. Right. But what he said somebody can have a bunch of falsehood and say one thing that makes sense. If I say, yeah, that makes sense, but I don't agree with your whole premise of why you're saying it, or I don't agree with your body of work, or I don't agree with your doctrine. But if you say that somebody got on a red dress and they got a red dress on, that is a red dress. Oh, you believe in camp doctrine? That's how petty they are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I've seen that. But
it's mainly a division tactic. I'm starting to see that. Do some of the camps have some doctrine off? Yes. Do some of the non-camps have some doctrine off? Yes. But we are the same. We do pray to the same God, the same Elohim. Most of us do recognize Yahushua as the Messiah.
Correct.
Now, some get it off. Was it a virgin birth or not? Am I going to hell if I don't really understand it?
And the thing is, I tell people that some things people just don't understand. Now, if you're out here just teaching it and you know the truth and you know you're teaching a lie, but you're still teaching it, that's a whole nother level of accountability. But there are people out here that we need to reach that does not understand certain things. Okay. And I need to help them and bring them closer to Christ. If I come at the door saying, you're going to hell, they finish put their hands on their ears and say, I don't want to hear nothing this crazy girl is saying.
Yoshiyahu from Awakened Remnant Coalition said something, I think, last week that was so profound. And basically, he was thanking Yah for removing the veil from his eyes so that he can see. Mm-hmm. And the things that's part of my prayer every night. Thank you, Father, for removing the veil from our eyes so that we may see the truth and understand and see your true glory. Mm-hmm. And that is profound. And when that brother said that, and he went into explaining how some people just can't see. Some people haven't been brought into the understanding yet. The Holy Spirit hasn't visited them and revealed. It may not be their time. My time was 10 years ago. I had no idea. But once he removed those scales, that veil, then I started to be able to see things and understand.
Wow. It's so powerful. Like, when you just reflect on how the Most High through his Spirit, begins to lead you and guide you into truth and, in greater truth, and that's one thing I was meditating on last night. Because, when you think about like truth and this thought was kind of, like meditating in my spirit, and it's like truth, if he chose us in him before the foundation of the world, it's like the truth of who we are, like it doesn't change. And so, because truth is eternal. And so it's just that we've been born in sin, shaping in iniquity. We've been indoctrinated by lies so often. And so many of the things we consider to be true has been deception and well-crafted, lies, that when we see the truth of a situation, it becomes new to us. Not that it was new to the Father, but it's new to us. And sometimes that's difficult for people to see, because when you're walking in a truth that is new to me, doesn't mean that it's new, you know. And it's like, even like oftentimes when people begin to argue and, you know, this is new, you know, like the scholars, they didn't believe this. And it's like, but when you go back and you look and you see how much of church history has been dominated by people that wasn't Israel. So of course, people that aren't Israel are not going to carry over the Hebraic perspective of things. And so, you know, the scripture talks about that. And so it's funny, like when, you know, you begin to just go back to things that the scripture teaches about, from that perspective. It's difficult for people to see, because sometimes the same thing, like people will lean in, like for instance, on the strength and the longevity of traditions that have been carried, you know, through the church fathers and church history, and scholars saying this and that over thousands of years when they want to, but at the other time, then you know, if something you say, you know, like they want to see, okay, well, you know, did Paul say this? Is it consistent? You know, and it's like, no, this is what the scripture says. And they'll say, well, but did the church fathers believe that? It's like, wait a minute. But Peter, Paul, James, they all said this. But did Tertullian say this? Did Origen say, you know? So it's amazing to me. And it goes back to like what you're saying about, you know, being grateful that the Father, through his Spirit, like, you know, has opened our eyes to the truth of his word in greater detail, you know.
I think it was a few weeks back to where Plummer was on Berean, and he was bringing out some history about the church fathers and what he was in the 2nd and 3rd century. And one of the things he was pointing out is the amount of anti-Semitism that existed in the ancient church. And it's true, but the Christians definitely don't want to talk about that. But there has been anti-Semitism against Jews back then, and especially, and I keep saying this, that Spain and Portugal, the Inquisition, it is a crime scene, and we truly need to focus on that, and focus how the church used that term heresy back then, and how they persecuted people, and how it's being used against us today to persecute us, to put us in a bad light, to get us on the FBI list, to make us to be these angry men that are trying to overthrow, you know, the government and all this kind of stuff. Even back in the 60s, when with the Black Panthers and the Black Power movement, nobody was ever talking about overthrowing anything. All they were talking about is fighting for our freedom, fighting for our rights. And the more we do that, the more that they are against us. For some reason, I don't understand.
Can I add something?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I add something?
Hey,
yes, I'm
Soraya.
Sister Serenity with Yahweh to Enjoy. I have a small channel, it's not that big, and you know, I don't know if that's Minister Bell or, and I can't read the little writing is kind of small, but anyway.
No, I'm just
What I
Andre. I'm
want
just
to
an old
say
man.
is, it's nice. It's nice to see you, or nice to, you know, see you. The comment that I had earlier, and I just want to just brief, like a minute, a second. The comment that I had earlier was the young man had a voice. He had a voice, and even though the problem we have in blackness, we don't want to share each other's voice because we sound different. Now, you was, I'm not going there, I'm not debating. I really, you know, I want to go into some deeper stuff. So that's why I just want to put that out there. So the guy, when he had that voice, he sounded just like Pastor Darby. But y'all, you know, oh, Pastor Darby. But he had that voice, and his voice was, he should have been heard. What he was saying was that we get Indian hair, which is a curse from a poverty nation that is an idolatrous, and we'll put it on our head and we'll wear that as if it was something special. And we will take, and what is Yahweh saying? How does Yahweh feel about that? When he see us with an idolatrous wig on and our hair is his hair, our hair got his DNA. So it's just because he didn't have the calm voice of a pastor and and stuff like that does not give him not having a right to be in have a voice. So let's go on to Spain and Portugal, because I want everybody to understand this. This is the thing. This is what's about to come to the forefront and the knowledge of everyone in the universe. The thing is that Gentiles was black up until the 1600s. White people was not even created. They are hybrid being created by the Nephilims who fell, the fallen angels. They have been here in our atmosphere for over forever. But the ones that fail, that Yahweh told us that will fall from earth, they cast out of earth into this realm. And he said cast out to earth, into this realm. They were, if you read that, and you go and read that chapter in Revelations, it says the heavens rejoice. They rejoiced that they were cast to earth. And it says, woe unto the inhabitants of earth. So the thing is that there's a whole lot of other channels out there. Sister E has been trying to educate people, and I really enjoy her channel. But there's a whole lot of other channels out there that have this knowledge that no one don't know. Then when you really go into the Spanish and Portugal, you'll understand, yes, that was if you want to call it, a crime scene. But it wasn't just Spain and Portugal. The whole entire European continent was a crime scene. Because when Yahweh, yes, you could go to the fathers, the fathers of the Christian faith. The thing is that we have been so downtrodden that we don't have an understanding and education to understand what they're not teaching us. The thing that they're not teaching us is that Christianity was not even here. Christianity was here 150 years before Yahushua HaMashiach, before he came upon this earth, before he died, before the nativity scene. Christianity was here, and it was called the Sarabbis. The Sarabbis, they called Sarabbis, which was a Ptolemaic pharaoh. They called him Sarabbis, and they called him Christian. They call his believers Christians and call him Christ, and they call his pastors bishops of Christ. So we have to realize the whole thing was made up for submission and slavery. But then, like I said, let me go back, and I'm done. I want you to understand, if you don't understand anything else, it's already, if you go into, Benjamin Franklin told us in 1751 in an essay, and he wrote, I forgot the name of the essay, but is increase of mankind. If you understand, man is not mankind. Adam and mankind is two different things. Man is like man. Mankind is like man. So what happened in that article that he wrote, he said that we were all swarthy. All of us were swarthy. Every last one of us, all from Germany to Spain to Portugal, all of the people that put you in slavery was Gentiles. They were black. That's the problem they don't want you to understand. They were black. Are y'all still with me? Hello?
Yes, but some of the things I kind of disagree with, and I would like for you to post some of your sources, quote some of your sources where you're getting this information from.
Yeah. Okay, I want you to go to, let me give you one now, and she can actually go right, she can go right here and get the source right here, right now. Let me give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you so you can read it for yourself. She can actually read it out loud. I got my glasses, so I couldn't be able to read it, but she can put it up there and you can see for yourself. Okay, so just give me 5 seconds.
Just name the source and then we can go and look it up?
Sure can. I sure will. I sure will. Just give me 1 second.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
y'all.
you're going to go to Benjamin Franklin, 1751 essay, and it's called Observation Concerning the Increase of Mankind. When you go there, you're going to go to the .gov, which is on the .gov website. You're going to click on it because it's an article, and it'll tell you who the real I wear my glasses in the living room. Okay.
So basically what you're saying that basically what you're saying is that all people on earth were black or Negro, and at some point there was some Nephilim seed or alien seed or something like that created white folks.
Yes. Most definitely. Yes. You can read it for yourself.
Yeah,
go to it and please, you're going to scroll all the way down to get to 24, and actually you can do 23 and then 24, and then once you read that, it'll tell you themselves. But they have the it's in the records. It's beginning to come out. That's what I'm saying. We're fussing about. That's why you will not get reparations from white people. Because white people they put us in Jim Crow. They did not put us in slavery. And so if you like I was telling, if you go to some of the channels, it's people. Now I did my own research. Don't get it twisted, but it's some channels out there that have done extensive research that can go into a lot of books that you can't even buy. It's so expensive. And it's one channel is KMZ History, and the other one is Straight Up, and it's another brilliant little guy. I don't know his name, but he's more of a Spanish Indian origin, and yeah, he really doing it. All of them are doing it. I'll give the name for you a little later on. I have to research it and find it.
And are you saying that some of those people are Israel too, or they're not Israel? And the reason I'm asking is how does it help us as Israel, as the true descendants, if we are? How does that help us get back closer to the Father?
Well, the thing is first of all, you're worrying about what color you are, when actually the technicality.
I never said anything about color. I said Israel. You brought in color.
Israel is black. Israel is black. Israel is black. You're right, it's black. But at the same time, Israel, before the fallen came in the 16, when you read it, if you read it, you can, like I said, you can go to the article of observation.
And what was that reference to
the increase of mankind?
This came out in the 1600s?
No, it came out in 1751. You know what? My husband is sitting right here. My glasses in the living room. You think you can read this, baby cake?
And then once you're done,
and he's my minister. He's my pastor. And so
my position
me and Sister Eve had we've had encounters before with each other. I love her dearly. So because my glass in the living room, I want, if he don't mind, it's okay, baby. Okay. Do you want him to read it? It's nothing but like about 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionately very small. All Africa is black or tawny. Asia chiefly tawny.
Tawny means black.
America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, meaning of a black complexion. As are the Germans also, the Saxons only excepted, who with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. I could wish their numbers were increased. And while we are, as I may call it, scouring our planet by clearing America of woods and so making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars or Venus. Why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people? Why increase the sons of Africa while planting them in America, where we have so fair an opportunity by excluding all blacks and tawnies of increasing the lovely white and red? But perhaps I am partial in the complexion of my country, for such kind of partiality is natural to mankind.
So that is on your government website. That's on the United States government website. They're telling you. Are you still with me?
Yes.
Hello?
What you're telling us, that came from what, Benjamin Franklin?
Yes, it came from Benjamin Franklin. You know who Benjamin Franklin was? He is the one that created
Of course I
the
do.
whole entire
And
banking system.
Hold
Okay.
on. Hold on.
Okay, he
One
created
second.
the whole entire banking system and the United States of America.
Hold on one
Yes.
second. Hold on. Drop your link so that people can read it. Because I think people need to see where you got this source from. I would love to see it.
Yes,
But I
ma'am.
also want to I
Yes.
want to allow everybody else to speak to their point. I think Bill has something to say. And we have a new person. Let me
Okay.
reset the room real quick. Ben Qatar.
yeah, mainly what I was going to say about that document from Benjamin Franklin, that kind of sounds like his opinion, and it isn't backed up by anything. And if he's saying that the Russians are black, I don't think that history will hold up to that. Now, were there
He's
blacks
not
that
saying the
went
Russians are
into
black.
Europe? Were there
No,
blacks
he's
that
not
went
saying the
into
Russians are
Europe?
black.
Thank you, QT,
No,
for your
he's
super
not saying
chat.
the Russians are black. He is saying that everyone in the world except the Saxons were black. But if you go into your history and you know Gog and okay, first of all, let me just help you out just a little for you to help. I have a degree in theology. That doesn't matter. That doesn't make any difference. I didn't have to tell you, but since you need to know a source. So when I do my research, I do it
And which
thoroughly.
seminary was that?
Huh?
Which seminary did you
College of Biblical
get your degree
Studies
from?
College of Biblical Studies in 2002. College of Biblical Studies in 2002 in Houston, Texas. Yes.
Okay.
So when you go in to see Gog and Magog, that they put that in there. That's an additive in there, Gog and Magog. That's to hide whom they are. But if you read, it's Gog Magog. So you can go Google that, Gog Magog, and you'll find it's two giants that were in the Saxon area. That is they consider it a myth, but we know with the things that you have, when you go and you research, like I said, these young men have already done the research. You could go and look at them, and he's called KMZ, got 100,000 followers, and he can go through a whole lot more than I can in this 5 minutes. Then you also have the other gentleman straight up. He's going to tell you all the presidents is black with that says swarthy. He's going to go through the whole entire thing. He's going to tell you and so when you look at all of the information plus the government gov website, then you're going to know this is not just an opinion. This here, they have been trying to they don't want you to know. This is the information they're trying to stop from getting out. This is the information they call critical race theory. They don't want to come out. Because when you really find out all of us was black, Japhet was black, Ham was black. Why are we fussing with each other now? Yahweh took out a race of people, which was Yasharal. He took us out and he made us to himself. But we all was his because he said that we are light. He said, I created man in my own image and after my likeness. So he created men black. And then when a young man, I don't know if it was you or whoever, but the black, the word black is, yes, a lot of people want to say, oh, I don't want to, they don't want you to say black because the truth is, if you go out and Google it, you'll find that Pope went to Sudan and he kissed the feet of the Sudan president about 4 years ago. If you find, you'll go Google and you'll find it. The reason why he kissed their feet is because the Sudanian president is a cradle of civilization. It is Eden. The reason why they did Wakanda in Kenya in the what is the fall of what is the fall the fall, that beautiful fall water, I forgot what you call it. Yeah, the Niagara Falls of it was Virginia, the Virginia Niagara Falls or whatever in Kenya, in the Blue Nile. When they did that there in that area, that was they was doing a creative civilization. They know who you are. When you saw them with spaceships in Wakanda, they was trying to tell you, you're the one coming back with the spaceship.
Wakanda
Yahweh is coming back, and that's what the chariots of fire are.
Okay.
But I am so, I don't want to get that. I don't want to go into no, I'm not debating. I just get excited. Okay.
I know.
Wakanda was fiction. Wakanda was Wakanda is fiction. Wakanda comes from comic books.
It's based on a fiction. It's based on fiction. It's based on fiction written for truth. Look, okay,
so
let me ask you.
We're getting fiction that's being presented as truth.
You want to know my background in education. Are you a pastor? Do you have a theology degree?
I never said anything. I'm not a pastor.
Okay, that's okay because we all on the same road. I'm not trying to
you're coming
to
here
tell
to
you
preach
who you
to
are
us?
and who I am. What I am trying
are
to
you
say.
coming
So
here
when
to
you
preach
look
to us?
No, I'm not coming in. When you look
well,
at
you're showing your
when you look at
credentials
when it says
as a
in the Bible,
pastor.
I'm not here to talk
your
about no being
credentials
pastor.
as a pastor.
You asked me
and
what
it
school
sounds
I
like
went
you're
to, and so I'm telling you that if you want to challenge somebody that went to school, then maybe you should have the same schooling that they had.
I mean,
not to say you don't have. That's what you did to that dude. That's exactly what you did to that young man.
So how do you pronounce your name again? Soraya?
Soraya, yes.
Okay.
Soraya.
So
and Yahweh to enjoy have a small channel.
Okay, we do that. We question, some things that you are saying, education or not, is a little questionable. It's a little questionable.
Almost that.
Somebody said, "Where's more mind?"
I get it.
Yeah. Wait. And that's what happens when you. That's why I tell people, hey, when you make a point with the young man, you keep calling young man. I think Black Jesus Minister is far from young. I'm just joking. I'm messing. I know he watching, but he made a couple of facts, and that's why I tell people drop your sources in the chat so people can read it. You made a lot of.
Did you get a chance to read it?
Okay, let them read it too as well. Let them. Don't just. We believe in. If you say something, you could be reading from the funny papers. We don't know that. We got to see the source.
I know.
That's all.
And you can go to. Yeah, I got you, and I'm with you. And that's what I'm trying to. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell the young man.
Just drop the link.
The guy, Mr. Bell. If he wants to address me on a level of an intellectual level, like he asked me what school I went to, well, then I can ask him what school he went to. Because if he, and what I was saying,
I never mentioned anything about.
Hold on. Can I finish what I'm saying? Y'all gonna let me talk?
Yes.
Okay. So ultimately, what I'm saying is this: you said a lot of things, Saraya. That's very, 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 very questionable. Very questionable. When you brought up the Wakanda thing, I just can't agree with you on that because it was a movie. Give us the facts. Show us where you're getting this information from. And a few other things that I need to go back and listen. But I would say drop the link. But you got to let everybody talk. You gave a lot of information. I know your pastor, which is your husband, is also listening as well. Let the other people get their point out.
Okay.
So you made a lot of points that I'm just like I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at my chat because my chat has no chill right now. You have said a lot. That's all I gotta say. So let I want to.
I'm done. I'm done. I like I said, I'm just here because of the young man, or not young man, whatever his name is. I don't even know who he is. Mr. Bell didn't give him an opportunity to explain himself. And yes, the question that he had put out there, that was that a Hittite, was that the Urias was a Hittite man. Yes, he was. And Bathsheba was a Hebrew. So, and it is written in the Bible. You could actually physically go right there in the Bible and read, he's a Hittite. So all I'm saying is that, hey,
Okay.
I did give you a lot of information. I gave you the sources you can go to. I have a whole lot of stuff, that I could come out and give you sources. We would be here all day. But this one I gave you is .gov. Benjamin Franklin, he's not the only one talking about this. Benjamin Franklin, .gov, archive. But they don't let you know this. So I went on ahead and wanted to help the young man. And so the other guy asked me what school I went to. And so I want to know his credentials if he's going to ask me my credentials. So that's all. But I love you. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. I'm glad for the talk. Have a blessed one. Sister E, you're doing it, girl.
Thank you. All right.
I'm sorry if I came off as
No, you didn't.
contentious.
No, you didn't. I needed those facts. I mean, family, y'all know me. I need to know where you're getting this information from because I want to read it. I want to see where you're getting this from.
Now, one thing I would like to know, if anybody has information on it concerning the Zionist movement, because I saw this sometime years ago. And when back in I think it was the 1870s, when they were, the Zionists was trying to choose a homeland, one of the choices was Palestine. The other one was Uganda. And I wonder if anybody has any information on that. And I would like to know, why would they choose Uganda? What connection does that, according to them, have to do with the Promised Land? Does anybody know anything about that?
I don't know. I have to read that. Drop that source too as well. I want to make sure Ben Qatar.
Man, what in the white folk ain't really folk at all, but they're an experiment from black folk.
Zadok. Is that Zadok? I can't.
Yeah,
I just looked at the picture and saw the face. Zadok, where you get this new account?
This ain't a new account. I just switched the picture up. I'm Ben Ketor. I'm the son of Smoke. You forgot. You forgot. I just came on because I seen you was on. I ain't seen you in the month of Sundays. How you doing, sis?
How you doing? I got a little scared there. I was like, oh, who is this? Ben Qatar. I said, let me brace myself. And then when I saw the picture in your voice, I said, this is Zadok.
Yeah, it's Ben Ketor. That Ketor is the Hebrew word for smoke. I'm the son of Smoke. But see, that was a lot of conspiratorial jargon coming from the dear mother or sister there. And it was very questionable. I do know that there are those who spew the idea of giants. Now, if you think there were giant folk of physical large size and on different continents and stuff, I can rock with that. But the idea of turning it to the Nephilim, according to the scripture, anything that would have been considered Nephilim, for those who think angels slept with women and had babies on the planet, they died in the flood. Unless you can prove it, some brothers from Philly tried to tell me back in 2012, I asked them, how did the Nephilim get on this side of the flood? And one dude said, obviously they hid out on the ark. This was literally said to my face by some brothers from Philadelphia. So what I'm saying is that there's a lot out here, but if we're going to be on a channel that's full of, at least I don't know if everyone on here is a reader of scripture or a believer in the Elohim of the text, then at least in that source, we get the impression that only 8 were saved. As a matter of fact, when you get into the New Testament writings, it's stated again by Peter. It said that first world being overflowed with water, wherein only 8 survived in the ark, then there is no room for these people to be descendants of who were called Nephilim before the flood. You would have to create a whole new doctrine, at least, that says, well, after the flood, maybe some angelic creatures came back to the planet and slept with Canaanite people or slept with whoever, and now you have the same kind of being produced again. That's an interesting conspiratorial narrative. I mean, and whatever sources would be used, but for Bible believers, understand anything that was referenced in the text before the flood as Nephilim died in the flood. That was one of the purposes of the flood, to get rid of all the evil machinations that mankind had come to, even the product of Nephilim. So I just wanted to say that. I mean, you know, she was confident in what she was putting on the table, but confidence doesn't necessarily equate to being correct. And so I just wanted to say that for the record, you know, and then, I mean, I think I heard white people have only been on the planet, like, I forget what she said, but she said something along the line like they only been around for 1600s. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. So all the statues, all the imagery of themselves, all the iconography from the 7th century and the 8th century in Europe, all of the iconography of the Chinese people and the people of Far Asia, who have unbroken cultures that go back 3,000-4,000 years. To this day, they're some of the longest tenured people that haven't been fully conquered by anyone, and they've never really lost power and control of their sovereign geographical territory given to them. They depict themselves a certain way. The emperors of China, the wars, I'm talking about what they depicted of themselves. They don't look like us. So I just think that there's a lot of there's a lot of holes in what was being said there. And I would say I think she means well, because she came on sharing it, hoping that people would check it out. So, you know, like the good brother just said, and here he said that the statement from Ben Franklin seems to be an opinionated one. Well, opinion doesn't necessarily equal fact. I mean, if we go into the Rus, if we go into the wars of the Rus, how Russia even came to be a country, and it really started out in modern day Ukraine. That was the beginning of modern day Russia, as far as the people who are called Rus, the way they depict themselves. I mean, they as white as whatever black people would consider white folk to be, from their own depiction of themselves. That's what I'm saying. So it's not like we have to depict them. When they depict themselves, when you look at the way they depicted their own kings, we see what they look like. So, I mean, you know, it's not to be combative for combat's sake, but it's to say, like, yo, like, some of this stuff would be, as you said, very far out there for many of us who think we know something. You know, she just came in. I mean, honestly, if everything she said is true, then I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I got to reconfigure my whole thought pattern, what I thought I knew about world history and the nations.
One question I would like to ask, and I don't know, but you know, given that the Nephilim were killed off during the flood, I would like to know, where did the Anakim, Rephaim, and the Zuzim come from, and who are they?
Well, I would say this is, in my opinion, I think that the way that some, because first of all, not everyone agrees on what the Nephilim were. Like, I'm not a person who believe angels came to the earth and had sex with women and had children. I don't believe that. So of course, the way I would explain it would come from that background. But I will say this: the word Nephilim in Hebrew does not denote physical size at all. The word Nephilim is really a word that means tyrant and bully, or brawling feller. But Rephaim, that word in Hebrew actually describes the physical size of a person. So, for instance, the great king Og, the great two kings of the Amorite people, Og and Sihon, that the children of Israel fought, they said that these individuals were Rephaim, meaning that they were physically large men. And they found the bed of Og. His bed was 13 feet long and 9 feet wide. So it is very plausible that if we go to the continent of Africa today and you see descendants from among the Mendigi people, and you got brethren who are being measured by European metric to be an equivalent of 8 to 9 feet tall today on Earth, then I wouldn't have any issue to the average size man who's 5 to 6 foot, and they see a man who's anywhere from 8 to 10 feet tall. That man is a giant. And so I'm not here to say that giants, that giant humans don't exist, but we would have to make up where they come from outside the context of them just being descendants of the children of men who had certain size. I mean, even among the Caucasian people from the more Caucasian areas of the world, they've found the skeletons of some from among the Viking people. They had men among them who measured up 7 to 8 feet tall. So when a Roman soldier see one of them guys come attacking, and he only 5'4", 5'5" average, he's fighting a giant. And here in the book of Chronicles, when it gives us a list of David's 30 mighty warriors, it lets you know that there's one of them, I forget his name, but he fought a man from among the Ethiopians, I believe, who was a man who was about 9-something feet tall itself. And it says he picked his staff out of his hand with his sword. He somehow knocked the man's staff out of his hand, got hold of it, and killed the giant man with his own sword. So it just depends on how far people want to go with it. But I just see the Rephaim and the Anakim and the Zuzims, in certain valleys of Canaan, they were human beings. They just were extremely large, especially, and it doesn't mean every single one of them was, but among them, they were famous for having men who were much physically larger in height than those around them. And anything other than that, we would have to go into the scripture and just kind of show maybe they come from another planet, maybe angels came back. I don't know what kind of theory people would want to run with there, bro.
I guess some of my understanding would come from the book of Enoch. I know everybody doesn't follow that, but the book of Enoch does kind of describe interaction between fallen angels and mankind. Now, on another note, before I came into the truth, and it was a few months before, I was reading the Zechariah Ascension stuff. And in reading those books, I had to stop and I said, wait a minute. I've heard similar stories to this, and it took me back to the Bible. You know, I don't have the answers, but there are similarities in the stories, and I can see that where it could be plausible.
No, I agree with what you said about the book of Enoch. I believe that the book of Enoch is more than likely an early first century work. I don't think it's a book that existed among the fathers. And because of the two stories that are told, besides the story of Noah's birth in the book of Enoch, actually the book of Enoch tells the same story twice. And I just always remind brethren that just as John the Revelator told us everything he was telling us was visions he's seen in heaven, the book of Enoch, at least Enoch 1, starts off with the parables and the vision that was shown me by the watchers in heaven. And so here is my parable. So if we understand what visions and parable mean, I'm arguing that the book of Enoch is one giant parable that is explaining the visions that the watchers of heaven showed him. So when he's describing what he saw these angels leave heaven and do, it's what the watchers showed him. And I do believe something happened on earth, but I believe that it was a vision. So just like in the book of Revelation, which is argued over a lot by modern church folk, and rightly so, all of the imagery, John is telling us everything he's seen in the heavens, right? Like, so for instance, and I'll use this one example, I got brethren who really are looking for a locust army to come out of some abyss somewhere on the planet Earth that got faces like men, long hair like women, teeth like lions, locust bodies, and scorpion tails. There are people today, even some who's listening today, right now, they are literally looking for that because they read that in the book of Revelation. I'm not looking for that, but that is expressing something that's going to happen on the earth, but it's given in a parable. And we pray that Yah would allow us to understand the parable. So it's people who gonna look for that. They're gonna look for them flying creatures. And it's other people who are trying to understand, what does this vision John seen mean? I'm not necessarily looking for flying creatures. And I believe that we should look at the book of Enoch the exact same. Once Enoch said all of this stuff, the watchers showed him in the heavens, and I believe that was a heavenly vision he saw. Then he started it over and said he had another vision. And then he talked about the star that fell from heaven to the earth, and out of it came the white bull and the black bull, and then how the elephants and the donkeys and the cattle came out. And then he started to describe how they corrupted each other, and then he started to describe the war that went down between the animals. What is that about in the book of Enoch? It's about what he described before it. But just like Joseph told Pharaoh, that this has been shown you twice. Pharaoh had a vision of evil corn and bad corn, and stalks of corn somehow ate other corn. Then he saw cows come out of water looking sickly and dying, and he saw red cows that were grazing. The cows that came up out of the water and ate the good cows wasn't what they literally saw. What they saw were the results of famine, and how there were going to be 7 good years and 7 bad years. And because Pharaoh had the dream twice, Joseph said that you had the same dream 2 different ways, or the same message was given to you 2 different ways. Heaven is letting you know this is sure because it sent you 2 witnesses. So I see Enoch had 2 great visions, and it was shown to him twice, letting him know that everything he showed him was going to happen. And I'll say this lastly, he even says that what he was shown wasn't for the generation that he was living in. So whatever it meant, it wasn't meant for those who were living at his time to understand, but it was for a generation far off to come in the future. All of that stuff has to be reconciled.
And going along with that thought, first I'll say I don't know. Okay, but look at
me either, good brother. To be fair,
in at current events and current technology, one of the things that I see is genetic manipulation today. They haven't gone into manipulating human DNA that we know of, but they're manipulating and mixing DNA of other species, of animals and plants. We see it everywhere in agriculture. They've got, I think, corn, some of those crops, they have fish DNA mixed in with the plant or corn DNA. And that kind of technology is growing. Another thing that I see.
Let me harp on real quick, Bill, and you can finish. I do agree. Technology is doing a lot where we don't see, they're cloning. Cloning is a great example. Cloning is something that is transpiring now. Not to say that somebody in a lab can't do something that is not out of the ordinary. I'll never say that because we don't know what these scientists are doing. So I believe in some of the things. I believe in a lot of the revelation that I think that we've spiritualized. I think in some cases, or said that it's not that. I think we probably are going to see some crazy things because again, you're leaving men that possibly don't know God at their own to be able to do what they want to do, what they want to create. So that's all I'm saying.
And along with the cloning and genetic manipulation, and another thing that we have to keep our eyes on is this AI technology. And they're trying to merge AI and human brains and human consciousness.
And you know what's so funny? There's something called AI in AI. Y'all know I work in IT called self-healing. Self-healing in IT is if a system goes down, the AI notices something's going on with the system. And before the developer can engage in it, the system has already fixed itself. And it's like little triggers that they've put in place to say, oh, the system is going down. I believe that they are doing the same things with bodies because you can see that with CRISPR. I think it's called CRISPR.
Yes.
Where they're trying to do something called self-healing. And because anything they try on computer systems, they're going to ultimately try in people. Self-healing. And what happens is, and I think what the scientists are trying to do now is, anytime your body is triggered to say, oh, something's wrong, it's going to start healing itself. And I believe that's a way of avoiding death, ultimately.
Yes.
But I'll never say what man can do with his own devices. They can't. I will never say they can't do it. The possibility is very there. Again, when you look at what they're doing with these computer systems, it's getting to the point that these systems are automatically detecting a bug and fixing it and destroying the bug before the bug takes over the system, and then it keeps going. The system keeps going. So that's all I'm saying.
And I've got another question that I don't know, but I'd just like to throw it out there and pose it. Do you think that this whole AI technology could be used as a vessel for spirits?
I believe anything's possible. I believe that. I believe people can do some things, and because I believe in spiritual realm, and I believe, like I said, leaving men to their own devices will lead to the destruction of themselves, pretty much. And I really believe that they are opening, and I believe that they're opening gateways, which ultimately could be a vessel for these spirits to come and inhabit. I firmly believe in that.
And that's my point with this super AI technology and mankind giving control over to the AI. It would be fine if it was our thoughts that directed the AI, but is it possible that in the other realm that spirits can inhabit or reside in those vessels and maybe change an electron here and there, and thereby change the direction of that thought process?
I agree. Again, you never know what someone's capable of doing. What the things that I see in technology will blow your mind. And like I said, that whole thing I was very concerned about is what I saw was self-healing. And again, when you look up the CRISPR, I think experiment, it's reformulating DNA, making sure that I really believe that they're doing something sinister to stay alive forever. Man's biggest fear is death, because what's behind death? Judgment.
And another question along with that: if our DNA is changed, are we still human?
That's a good one.
Yeah. We're still human because we're of the earth. There is nothing that they're manipulating that is not of the earth. So whether it's DNA or anything genetically to deal with man and beast, it is still Adam. It is of the dust. From dust thou art, to dust thou shalt return. So everything. So the key to what animates us, as far as I understand, is actually the ruach of Elohim, which is that breath, which is that energy and that spark that animates us forward. So even when man sees things like atoms and stuff like that, those things are still beyond dust, but yet what animates it all, that's the thing that man can't tap into, in my opinion. And I think that we don't fully understand what we are, which is why we had to be stopped. Man, in the book of Genesis, man, outside of obedience to Elohim, had one mind and one goal, as all the descendants of Noah. And the Most High is alleged to have said, according to the text we read, that look at what they begin to do. And now nothing they imagine to do will be held back from them. So let us confound their language. It was, according to the text, the confusion of language is what slowed man down and stopped him in his tracks. But what's even more interesting to me is that the potential of human beings is said by its own creator, nothing will be held back from them that they imagine to do. And according to how we believe, this is 4 or 5 millennium ago, the Tower of Babel narrative. So if that's the case, as the language barrier has been slowly broken, especially over the last century. You see the coming together of nations working. I mean, you know, the atomic bombs, the thing that they doing over there, wherever that's at, Switzerland,
CERN.
Norway, looking for the God, saying that they believe they found the God particle. All of that can scare us, but I'm confident in this fact. The Most High, the creator of us all, knows how to keep all of humanity in check, because whatever man thinks he's doing, he's not going to stop the will and plan of Yah. So the kingdom that's coming, the guarantee that the nations of the earth will no longer practice war and will take their military budgets and now turn them into budgets for agriculture, as the prophets teach us, and the peace that will come, and how the Most High is going to rule all the nations with a rod of iron. I believe in that guarantee. So the potential of how we see what man is doing and how it causes our mind to be like, dang, can you think they could do this and do that? I don't know the fullness of the potential, but I know that with the advent of death and with the Most High having already given us Hamashiach, whatever they do, no matter how scary it is, it's still not going to thwart nor be anything that Yah is not willing allow to happen, because it will work toward the overall goal of his will for humanity. So as we talk about God and man, man's potential is always there, but what is his check? His death. Their deaths, because the next generation that comes behind you can have a whole other goal. And as Solomon said, once man dies off, he has no guarantee that all of his life work that he leave to those behind him, he has no guarantee that they won't mess it up.
And I totally agree with you.
Now
But,
I do.
and
Let me say one thing. I love my brother. He know me and him, but I don't agree with as far as the DNA. DNA, I think it's DNA that's the genetic code to identify you as a human being. I think it's a separate DNA genetic code to identify you as an animal. There's a separate DNA structure that identifies you as a plant. I think that's the code that lets you know that they're a human. I think it's different. I think it's different. I think that is the code that says I'm a human. You have so many chromosomes to identify you as a human. So that's all I'm saying.
And I agree with that. And the only thing with the DNA is if they figure out a way to give us, splice in some giraffe DNA into a human to make them taller, or, some rhinoceros DNA to make them tougher and stronger. If that mixing occurs, would we still be seen as pure in the eyes of the Most High? And none of us know the answers to these questions. The only reason I kind of bring this kind of stuff up is so that people will be aware, because this DNA stuff and the AI, people can easily be deceived. And if you're deceived, you can miss out on the kingdom. That's basically my only point.
Yep. Hey, Slick, what's going on? I ain't seen you in a good little minute.
How you doing, Sister E? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I just want to kind of speak to what y'all was talking about as far as with the giants and all of that, because a lot of times people like to say in Genesis 6 that the flood, everything was washed away. But if you read right here in Genesis 6 and verse 4, it says there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, right? So after those days, before those days, and after that. And if you go to Deuteronomy 2, and I just want to ask a question to the panel or anybody in the room, maybe somebody can answer this, but you go to Deuteronomy 2, let me get that right quick. Deuteronomy 2, and I'm gonna start at verse 11. It's a which also were accounted giants as the acronyms. The Moabites called them the imams. If you keep going down, you're gonna get the horims and all of these words that end in the word I am, right? And these people are, whenever Israel was coming out, going to their land, God told them not to stop and deal with these people. They ancient people, they giants, they this. So the question I want to ask is, if these people are not Nephilim or something of the sort, could you please tell me which one of Noah's sons do these people go back to? And that's all I want to ask.
Who is that directed to? Slick.
I think kind of Zeta.
I'm just saying anybody. I'm not directing it to anybody. I'm directing to anybody that's in the room that have the knowledge to answer the question. Who do these?
What up, Slick?
Who?
Yeah.
What's up? What's up, Zeta? And like I said, it ain't for just you. I'm just saying because I'm not the wisest person either, bro. I'm coming here humbly, and I'm asking anybody that can answer the question and tell who do these people go back to. Because if you read this whole chapter in Deuteronomy, Deuteronomy 2, it's telling you that these people are giants. They telling Israel not to deal with these people, and I can't see nowhere in the Bible where none of these people that's going to be named in this chapter can be traced back to any of Noah's 3 sons or Noah.
Well,
so where do they come from?
Hey, Slick, let me ask you this, because I don't think that all their genealogy has to be written out. That's first of all. Second of all, because if that's the case, then I would say we have to show it. If there's a need to show exactly in the scripture what man they come from, then I would believe we would have to show what creature they come from. I'll say it like that. And I don't think that can be done. And so once again, the word that is used there in Deuteronomy 2 that you shared, Brother Slick, he dropped out. Hopefully he'll come back in. Yeah. From what I understand, it is the word Rephaim. Now I want to show you all something. If I'm gonna share my screen, Sister E.
Okay, cool. I'll Slick back.
Oh, okay, there you go. So,
and
yes,
everybody, I'm gonna have to step off and get something to eat. I'll be listening, and I may come back up later if you're still going on. But it's been a pleasure talking to all of you.
Hey, blessings to you,
Andrew. Welcome. Thank you. Come on back. You're welcome to come back. I may need to drop off to go get some food and start back in a few more minutes, but come on, I'm good so far.
Yes. So what's interesting here is you have these words here, like this word here that Slick was bringing out when you read about a people great and many and tall as the Anakims, and then you got the Emims, right? So here the Emim, and if we go ahead and we look it up, notice what it says: terrors, an early Canaanitish or Moabitish tribe, right? So basically, without telling us exactly where they come from, the scripture ain't telling us exactly what person they come from, nor is it given the implication they come from individuals not of this earth, right? Wait, hold on, let me back up right quick. Now, when I go down and it talks about the giants, this word used all throughout Deuteronomy and Numbers referring to the giants, it's not the same as the word that we have in the book of Genesis when it referred to giants. The word used is not Nephilim, right? This is the word that is used. Where is it at? Right here. So it came to pass. Hold on, let me go back because it says, which were also accounted giants as the Anakims, but the Moabites call them Emims. The Horims also dwelt in Mount Seir before, but the children of Esau succeeded them. And when they had destroyed them from before them, so whoever they are, they weren't unconquerable. And I'm going to argue they weren't non-human. I think we might get caught up in the M's, the Anakims, the Emims. But what's interesting is, once you get to a certain group of people, now you call them Moabites, Edomites, Israelites, but then Egyptians are never called ites. Ethiopians are never called ites. Arameans are never called ites. So what I'm saying is ites, Ians, and Chems, I don't get caught up. Like, I don't see that word and be like, oh my God, that's like otherworldly or something. And that's the impression that I get from many brethren. But when we look here and it talks about them being accounted as giants, the word here is the Hebrew word Rephaim, right? And that word there, when you bring it up, or Rapha, and we have the resh, the pei, the aleph, the ayin, and the mem. And here, look at this: giants, Rephaim, old tribe of giants, in the sense of invigorating, a giant, old race of giants, perhaps whatever that is, whatever it's trying to say there, as extinct and powerless, vaguely known, ancient inhabitants of Canaan. So what's interesting is this same word now, if we back up, this same word, when it talk about the sons, wait, here we go. So when Joshua and them came into the land, right, they actually took, they actually came and they took the rest of the land from the Anakims, except in Gaza. Wait, where is it at? Chapter 11 and verse 22. There was none of the Anakims left in the land of the children of Israel, only in Gaza and in Gath and in Ashdod there remained. Now, one more. Here we go. So, hold on, let me find this right quick. So, here we go. So, Deuteronomy chapter 3. And the rest of Gilead, this is wait, what is this? This is Deuteronomy 3. So now here you have for only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of giants, right? So when we go to that word again, and we know that these are two, well, you also had Sihon, who was a fellow. You see this word Rephaim is used again. So I do believe that when you're referencing the physical size of an individual, they called them giants because of their physical size. But in Genesis 6, when we go there, and it talks about there being giants in the earth in those days, Genesis 6 and 4, there were Nephilim in the earth in those days. Giants, the Nephilim, properly a feller, i.e. a bully or tyrant. So I would say, from the way that the way that you see this particular text, Brother Slick, I'll tell you what I get from it, because it's clear the way that you read it. So I'm gonna read it and tell you what I get from it. When it says there were giants in the earth in those days. I believe the context is in the days when the sons of God took daughters of men and they made wives of the women that they wanted to be with. In those days, there were already giants in the earth already. This isn't necessarily describing the children born between the sons of God and the daughters of men, but there were giants in the earth in those days. And also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men. So look at how there are already giants. Now the sons of God deal with the daughters of men, and they bear them children. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. So I'm going to argue that what happens here is many people automatically call the descendants of the sons of God and the daughters of men the Nephilim. I'm arguing Nephilim were already there, because it's just letting you know that there were already tyrants and bullies in the earth, and the children that came from the union between the sons of God and the daughters of men, they produced a line of people who also added to the trouble, mighty men. It doesn't point to their righteousness. It's just letting you know they became warmongers as well. And if you want my opinion, it's because it's stressing the byproduct of the marriages of the sons of God and the daughters of men, and the children they had now added to what was happening in the earth. But I'm gonna argue this text is telling us that before the sons of God and the daughters of men came together, there were already giants in the earth.
Hey,
Right or
brother.
wrong.
Hey, brother Zadok, I definitely respect your point of view on that. Could you do me a favor though, brother Zadok, since you're in the blue letter? Could you could you look up the definition for the word Horite?
I'm sorry. You said Horite?
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Yeah, we should be able to find it. And if I'm not mistaken, even though it said Og was one of the last of the giants that Israel had to defeat, does not does the scripture refer to him and Sihon as Amorites?
I think so. I can't see your screen. I got these old eyes, bro. I can't really see the screen that good. So I'm trying to listen to you and follow like that.
I said he got old eyes.
Yeah, I do, man. They getting worse every year. I take my vision test. They done change. Something done change. I got I got astigmatism. Right.
Oh goodness. Well, you got astigmatism. You know what? I do too, but maybe it's not as bad as yours. It seems. But yeah.
Right.
So basically, when you go to Deuteronomy chapter 2, it actually talks about how the Most High gave Israel, he gave Sihon, and in another place it lets you know about Og too. Hopefully I'll be able to find it, but I believe it referenced them as being Amorites. So if they were Amorites, they were still giants, but at least we know where they came from. And what's interesting is Amorite basically has all the same in our English, the same letter, and it's Horite. It's just AM Orite. And now you want me to look up H Orite, if you
Hey, Zadok, I gotta
ma'am.
run downstairs and let somebody in. Can you share the screen? I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes. Is that
Okay,
cool?
hold on. Let me share the screen then, sis. Let me share the screen.
The reason why I was at
You're sharing.
the reason why I was
okay.
The
Go
reason
ahead.
why I was asking you that though, Zadok, because right there in Deuteronomy it tells them, it says Horim right there, but Horite and Horim can be translated into the same word, right? So I'm just trying to show you that some of the people who they passed, who Israel through that, and Deuteronomy 2, so some of the people that they were passing through on that way to the promised land where God told them not to stop at. So that's why I asked you about the Horite thing, right?
Oh no problem whatsoever.
And that's it. I mean, that's the only reason why.
No problem whatsoever. My thing is that whoever they are, I just perceive that we're just still dealing with man, though. That's all. Even if they're giants, like what does it mean for them to be giants? You know what I'm saying? Like what are we implicating that because they were cats who was 8-9 feet tall that they somehow weren't descendants of Ham, Shem, or Japheth? That's what some people imply. These definitely could be that. But here I brought up that word that you asked about, bro. You asked about Horite, which is Horite, right?
Right.
Okay, so it has here, let me see. It says cave dweller, the inhabitants of Mount Seir, the inhabitants of Edom in later times. Now here it says Hori, and we actually pronounce it with the H, but they're actually pronouncing it a little bit different. So it says here cave dweller or troglodyte.
What is the troglodyte? Do you know what a troglodyte is?
No, I don't know what the heck that word means. Let's
That's caveman.
That's caveman, dog.
That just mean caveman.
That's not a human. That's all. That's the only point I'm trying to make. You feel me? Hold on. Let me say one more thing. Let me say one more thing, and I'm gonna be quiet. And if you go to Genesis 36,
I'm stepping away from real now. Give me
if you go to Genesis 36, and this don't got nothing to do with Esau, but you will see, right there in Deuteronomy 2, it says that they destroyed all of these people. But that ain't true. Because if you go to Genesis 36, you'll see that Esau took wives. He took Horite wives. So his DNA got some of that same non-human DNA. And that's a fact, bro. That's all I was trying to say.
I don't see that. You keep bringing up non-human. The Bible doesn't establish non-human. Just because you don't know who they are, you're putting, in my opinion, you're putting something in the text that's not written in the text. Giant don't mean non-human.
Everybody, no smoke, but everybody And no smoke, because we brothers. I ain't trying to smoke. I ain't trying to have no smoke with you. We're trying to get understanding. Look.
Yeah,
okay,
but
now
that's smoke.
I asked the question. I asked the question. Okay, well, we can do that then. I take that as smoke. I take that as smoke. I ain't got no problem with that.
If our teacher tell us to spar, we getting smoke. That don't mean.
Oh, we got it. Oh, my son box, so I feel you on that. We sparring. I got you. That's why I asked the question earlier. Can we see in the Bible? Can we trace these things, whatever they is, whoever wanted, can we trace them back to one of Noah's sons? Now you said the information might not be in the Bible, and I can't argue that. I can't respect that. But all I'm saying is, I'm saying I can respect that. I ain't gonna say I can't. I can respect that. You said it wasn't in the Bible, but we need to know what are these things? Where did they come from? If they didn't come from one of Noah's sons, one of Noah's 3 sons, we said everything died after the flood except for Noah and his sons and their wives, right?
But does the scripture say that? That's all I'm saying. I forget what we're saying. Why would we be saying that? What in the scripture give us the now? I know what you read. You did read Genesis 6 and 4 to establish something about after those days. And me and you, of course, I think we see the I guess the meaning of that text different. That's to be fair. But doesn't the scripture tell us that only 8 people survived the flood? Doesn't the scripture establish that more than once?
That's what I'm agreeing with you.
So then, if that's the case,
only thing I'm saying is only 8 humans survived after the flood. That's all I'm saying. I want to know where. I want to know where these people. I want to know where these things that are not one of Noah's sons that's in that book in Deuteronomy. I want to know what they is.
But how do you know they not Noah's sons? What where do you get that they're not Noah's sons because they were called giants?
I need some genealogy. You feel me? I see what you said.
Hold on. So you know what, Slick? To be fair, because you don't have a genealogy you can find, you're making them something that you can't prove. Biblically, you can't even prove they have a genealogy that's not of man, let alone look for a genealogy that come from men. Yo, hey, bro, let me ask you this. Do you accept the fact that David's, you know David's 3 mighty men, Abishai, Asahel, and Joab, right? Joab became the leader of the military, right?
Okay.
You do know that the Bible doesn't tell you who their father was. They're constantly called the sons of David's sister. Their dad isn't even mentioned in genealogy. So what I'm saying is that I don't think that that's if you like, yo, I need to see a genealogy form and you don't find one, if it make you ask questions, I can accept that. But should you establish facts because of what you don't find? How can you establish fact? We can't establish, put it like this, from the requirements you're given, in my opinion, Brother Slick, we can't establish they come from Noah's bloodline, nor can we establish that they don't. We just don't have one that we can find. I'll give you another comparison. When the scripture, when the writer of the book of Hebrew waxes poetic about Melchizedek, it says he has no descent, no mother, no father. You read Genesis, where do he come from? No one knows what he is. That's why no one knows what he is. I mean, excuse me, no one knows who he descends from purely by what's written in the text. So the way some people read it, like, yo, we have no genealogy of him to prove who he is, but it's clear that he had a priesthood, right? So what I'm saying is that that's at least something that comes from some kind of mythos where they can establish that. But where would I go in the Bible to show that the Emims and the Zuzims and the Anakims are not descendants? Because they're called troglodyte. Well, troglodyte just mean cave dweller, as far as I understand. It don't mean caveman in the sense of like Captain Caveman. It's just a man who lives in a cave. So what do you call the children of Esau once they take all of them caves and now they live in them? And the scripture says about Esau, thou who dwellest in the cleft of the rocks.
I agree with you. But only thing I'm saying is, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you,
Zadok?
Slick.
Okay,
Yeah, I
the
can
only
hear
thing,
you, Slick.
only thing I'm saying is now when you went to the example about David 3 mighty men, those were individuals and us not being able to name. But these are groups that we talking about. And I want to go to Deuteronomy 2 and 20 and 2 and 20. And it say that also was accounted a land of giants. Giants dwelled therein in old time, and the Amorites called them Zam. So it's a separation right there. They're not Amorites. That's what the Amorites called them. It's a separation showing you that the Amorites were not these things that we're talking about. And if you keep reading, it's gonna keep telling you what each one of these people or different nations was calling these things, showing a separation between them and whatever these things is. That's all. And no smoke. Once again, you my brother. But that's all I'm saying. And like I said, both of us just got a different understanding. And I don't know who right or wrong. I don't want to be puffed up and say that I gotta be right. I'm here for understand. I'm here for understanding.
Well, Slick, remember, I have a motto. I don't speak to be agreed with, I speak to be heard. So we both speaking to be heard on our viewpoint, not necessarily, yo, bro, I gotta leave before I hang up this phone. I need you to agree with me, right? Like that's not our aim. Our aim is to kind of parse out, like, hey, hold on, bro. This is what I see. This is what I get from excuse me. This is what I get from what I'm reading here in the text. I see these individuals as this, and I see those individuals as that. So all I'm saying is that there is nothing I find in the text to indicate we're not dealing with people just because they were called a certain name. The people get to refer to them as a certain, they have a name that they call them, but there is nothing in those names that in Hebrew gives us the impression not from this earth, not men. They're just giant men. And once again, that word is still different from Genesis 6. Nephilim and Rephaim are not the same word and don't mean the same thing. So I know that many people, put stock in the Enoch book. The Enoch book is a parable to me. It tells you from the very beginning, and people act like they're not reading visions and parable. They act like they're reading a whole literal scenario. But yet, everything else that we see in the text, when the beings from heaven come into the earth and react and interact with men, like for instance, when the what is that? The Book of Kings, when the prophet what was his name? Micah or Michael? I forget his name. He told the king of Israel that the Lord had put a lion spirit in the mouth of his prophets. We see in the vision he saw that there was an angel. The angel said, I'll go and be a lion spirit in the mouth of his prophets. What did that look like on the planet? False prophecy. But did they see that being among them? We couldn't establish that, right? When you see that there were 3 spirits like frogs that came out of the mouth of the dragon and it poured it out on the seat of the king of the beast. And then these 3 frogs were spirits of deception that went out to deceive all the kings of the earth to gather the nations for war. Will you see 3 frogs? Will you see 3 beings? More than likely not. But the imagery is showing how the invisible realm influences the earthly realm. So that's how I take the book of Enoch. Whoever don't agree, that's fine. But the book of Enoch is definitely a very interesting writing. And I think it could be missed what I said earlier to the elder. The book of Enoch tells the same story 2 times in a row. At first, it tells it with seeing angels come to the earth and do all these things among humans. And then the exact same story is started over again and told this time with one big star that fell from the earth. And when it exploded, all different kind of animal groups came out. And if you read Enoch carefully, everything the animal groups do, the donkeys versus the bulls and the cattle and all that, they do the exact same thing that Enoch said he saw in his visions. So that's all I'm saying. Y'all read that book however y'all want to, and however literal you want to explain it, that's your right. I can only tell you how I see it. And when it comes to them, I'm going right back to that text one more time, and I'll land my plane in case you want to say something else, Brother Slick. When you go to the emims and the anakims, right? When I look up that word, amim, it just called them terrors, meaning that this word describes the impact that they had. And what's interesting is, at least in the dictionary, how could I believe it or not? I don't know. I guess I can only read the source. It's an early Canaanite or Moabite tribe. Now, what does that mean? More than likely just inhabitants who had the land. And guess what's interesting? They could be killed. You've come together, fight, and beat them in war. They can beat, men usually beat men in war, right? So all we have from the scripture, y'all, it seems to me, is that they are described as having lived in the land that eventually that they got beat. So the Anakims, the Emims, the Zuzims, guess what they all got in common? They got whooped. They all got whooped. So wherever we think they from, whatever we think, if they have some special powers, I'm not sure, but it wasn't enough, because in the end, they got whooped. All of them. They all got whooped by regular old men. That's interesting to me. Even the Anaki, they were called, that word actually means long-necked. And it's kind of interesting because I believe the same, that the scripture says that in the neck, Solomon was taller than all the children of the tribe of Benjamin. So he was taller than everybody else. So all I can say is that however y'all want to read these words in the Hebrew, there is nothing in the definitions that say, oh, this word mean they're angel babies. That's all. So, it's all good. I ain't got too much more on that because I know that brethren had their beliefs.
Zadok, and that was cool what you said about they got whooped, right?
Yeah.
Because if you look at what they said happened to the Neanderthals and all of those things and such, they said modern humans came along with more ingenuity and technology and made them extinct, right? But I want to go to well, you said something about the Moabites, right? I want to go to Deuteronomy 2:11, and it say, which also were accounted giants as the Anakims, but the Moabites called them Emims. There go that separation again. So is they Moabites or is the Moabites calling them Emims? You feel me? It seemed like the Moabites not calling these people by the same thing that they is but by something else. And every time you keep
No, that's right. No, that's right. But what it's saying is that it's calling them. Put it like this: just like in the New Testament, you got a bad doctrine with some cats running around talking about that, like the Syrophoenician woman. They say she was a Canaanite woman, and Canaanites will never be in the congregation of the Lord. It called her that because she lived in that territory. One of Yeshua's right-hand mans was Simon the Canaanite. So once again, you're right. It's not calling them Moabites as if they're Lot's children. They're calling them Moabites, just identifying that, the land of Moab, the people who live there, they call Moabites. So whatever the land was called before that, the scriptural writers aren't calling it by the name of the land before. They'll call them Moabite or Amorite in the sense that they dwelt in the land first. So the Moabites, meaning the children of Moab, are calling these people who have been there a long time before they took the land. They call them this and they call them that, but they never got rid of them or anything like that. It seems that when the children of Israel came in, once the Most High gave that land to Edom first, and then Israel, and then even eventually when the children of Ammon and Moab did come into the land, they were able to take territory from them. And they's like, yo, these people was already here. Moabites don't exist until Lot's children start to populate the land. Who were the people that were there before them? Man, these giant people, man, these Zuzims or these Emims. And I'm admitting, I get the impression that they were physically much larger, but I don't get the impression that means that they weren't men. That's all. I'm talking about literal humans, descendants from Noah, Shem, from Ham, Shem, and Japheth. There's just nothing we have that establishes that.
It's always good building with you though, bro. I ain't chopped it up with you in a minute. You know what I'm saying? It's, like I said, good building with you. Only thing conversations like this do is make brothers get in the scriptures a little bit more. That's one of the reasons why I didn't go to the book of Enoch, because I know some people, don't, I ain't saying don't believe it, but they don't hold it in high reverence as the actual scripture. That's in the Bible that we read every day. So that's all that was. A good chopping it up with you though, Zadok. Hey, take it easy, brother. Shalom.
Hey, that's what's up, bro. No doubt. Peace and blessings to you, homie. Oh, Sister E, are you back, sis? Because me and Slick done talked about we finished our discussion on the Giants. Some interesting stuff there. I don't think Sister E is back yet. She had to go and let someone in the house. Now I'm stuck here on her platform running my trap. Well, a salute everybody to a lot of y'all. I know I haven't been around on some of these platforms in a minute, but I would say that there she goes. I know I haven't been on these platforms in a minute, but it's always good to show up and just chop it up a bit and see who around. I see some of the usual suspects, and as always, the attract people names I've never seen. So blessings to any of y'all who don't know me. Most High bless you. Keep supporting the system.
Thank you so much, Zadok. Y'all, I'm sorry I had to step away for a second. If do y'all have anything else for today?
But me and Slick, we done had our combo, so
I heard that. I heard it. That's why I was trying to hurry up and run, because I said, wait, Slick is gone. And I left Zadok up there. But yeah, it was really good conversation. I've enjoyed this.
Look like y'all been on for a minute.
I didn't realize I had been on that long until I looked up. I said, it's been 3 hours, and now I'm looking at 5 hours. Y'all know I don't do 5 and 6 hours, but it can't get away from you. So he mad because he is in lockdown. So ignore him. I'm probably
like, hold on, let me up out of here.
Yeah, he on lockdown. I'm probably walking around the park. They had the Haitian parade. Juve. They had Juve today. So Brooklyn Eastern Parkway has been pretty much locked down. So I've been sitting in the house, and they've been all over Brooklyn. I think the parade is all over Brooklyn. Not all of Brooklyn, but that part of Brooklyn over in, like I said, on Eastern Parkway over by Prospect Place in that area. So it's been kind of loud all up and down the streets. So I am happy that I'm not happy that it's over, but it got kind of quiet so I can get out. Yeah. It says Rio is tied up in the corner. Rio is in his doggy pen because Rio does not have any chill. But I've enjoyed the conversation. I might do something later on tonight because I want to. I think I'm getting back into the groove of things. So, but are you game for Thursday's conversation?
Yes, y'all will insist. I'll be sure to be available. Just remind me of whatever time it is, so I can make sure I make it home.
Okay, it's 9:00 on Thursday. We're dealing with the millennial kingdom.
Okay.
So it's gonna be an interesting conversation. So But I guess I'm finna go ahead and head out so I can go get something to eat now that I can get out the house.
Hey, no doubt, no doubt. Well, hey, good speaking with you again. I just happened to go on Facebook and I saw wait, hold on. Judah Rise said, Zadok, we listened to your new song on Berean last night. Really?
They played your song on Berean's channel?
That's what Judah Rise just said. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Hopefully they liked it.
What I'm talking about, you need to make some more money.
Yeah, shoot. Hopefully they like that joint. You know what I'm saying?
Know, right?
Yeah, I gave smoke. You know, they know what's up. Hey, I love the brethren, but I try not to debate for strife. So I try not to cause trouble. So I don't even know what's happening on Berean TV. I ain't seen Berean. I ain't been on Berean in probably almost a year or 9 months or something. So I know he's still getting it in regardless. You know, he the king of getting people on to talk. So salute. I'm glad that they liked it. That's what's up. I appreciate
that too. I hope they liked it too. I hadn't been on in about a month. I went on when Kelly went on up there, but I haven't really been up there. I hadn't done too much on my own channel, so but yeah, it's time for me to get back.
You coming back slowly but surely. So you know, if you need the kid, you know, just put that bat sign in the air. You know how we do.
You know, I'm gonna put the bat sign out. You know, I'm gonna put that bat sign out. Oh, you want in, Slick? Come on in, Slick. Send me your email. You ain't yet to send me your email. I gotta send you the link to have that discussion. So send me your email. My email here. Email me, sister E. Let's talk. Oh, my dog is in rare form today because he is. All right. That's my email. Email me, Slick, and I'll send you the link, the StreamYard link when we go live. So it'll be Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern. So y'all best to be ready. So
okay, eat your Wheaties.
All right, it's
gonna get smoky.
Now I will say, Slick, Don gonna be. But I told everybody, you let everybody talk, and this is a discussion. This will not be debate tactics, none of that. It'll be a discussion.
Well, as long as you lead the questions, Sister E, and if somebody get too long-winded, like myself is prone to do, you just jump in there and cut us off. Tell us that, okay, wrap it up, like make your point, so we can kind of keep it going the way you think it should.
Yeah, he mad. Oh, he mad right now because I put him in his doggy pen. He'll be all right. But yeah, cool. I have all my questions. We'll be ready to be you, Don. I think Slick gonna be up there. If he sends me his email address, I can send him the link. Rev C. You remember Dispensational Tim?
Oh, yes.
He's gonna be involved in the conversation.
Wow.
So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting.
Really?
Yep, it's gonna be an interesting conversation.
So
Hold on. I'm listening. I'm just muting because he loud.
Oh no, it's all good. So, something that hold on for 1 second here. I just want to make sure. I think I want to show something right quick, right?
Cool. Come on, show it. I'm good. I got time. I ended up. I was gonna go get something to eat. I just ordered something, so I'm good now.
Okay. So let me see something right here, right quick. I want to. Here we go.
Rio, you're doing the most. Yeah.
So yes. So what I wanted to say was that the idea of someone being tall, right? Because a lot of people get caught up in this, that, and the third. And I think earlier I said something about Solomon being taller, but I was wrong. It wasn't Solomon, it was Saul. And the scripture tells you that from the neck up, he was higher than all the people around the bottom, right? So it's just letting you know that he was taller. He was taller than people. So you had So him being taller didn't mean that he wasn't of the earth. We clearly know he come from the tribe of Benjamin. Zuzims and Anakims are names of a particular group of people where all the people, the majority of their clan or their tribe, are exceedingly larger or taller. So for instance, the Anakims, which mean long-necked, it's not really making it ain't meaning they got giraffe necks. It's just talking about how much taller they are. So they refer to their neck like the long necks, but honestly, it's referencing how much taller and bigger they were than everyone else. I just want to make sure that everyone understands. For those of you who believe that the Rephaim in the land of Canaan somehow are descendants of individuals who lived before the flood, you can't prove it through the Bible. That's it. So I just want to make sure that that's clear today. What we've established is through the Bible. You can't prove that they are not man, that they are not descendants of Adam. All you can prove is that their whole clan was large or much taller. And how much taller? Well, let's look at this right here. I want to bring up this one text because I mentioned it earlier, but here they describe in the scriptures the bed of Og, king of Bashan, right? It says only Og.
To Goliath, is Goliath's brother, or
I'm not sure. I think Goliath come from the sons of Gath.
Okay.
And this is what's interesting. It says, for only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of the giants. But then you get to David's day and you got the sons of Gath who are called giants. Well, where do they come from? For only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of the giants. Behold, his bedstead was iron. 9 cubits was the length of it, and 4 cubits of it after the cubit of a man. So you know what that means? You got a man here who could have been anywhere from 9 to 10 feet tall as a man. His bed alone was 6 feet wide. That's a mean wingspan on a man just to feel comfortable in the bed. It ain't like his head got to touch the exact top and his feet got to touch the exact bottom. But for him to be comfortable in the bed that he had, that man had a bed that was basically about 12 or 13 feet, it seemed, long. That's a long bed. I wonder how big Goliath's bed was, right? And there's one more thing I wanted to show. Where's that at? I believe is it in the Kings? Hold on for 1 second, because didn't I see that? Hold on, I'm trying to bring up this text about when the children of Israel have fought war. Oh, here we go. It's interesting because when you go to Samuel and it talks about Goliath, it talks about how big the stuff he carried was in context of what he had of his size. So it says Goliath of Gath, whose height was 6 cubits and a span. Y'all know what that means?
What's that?
Goliath was at least 9 feet tall, almost 10 foot tall.
That can't be normal, Zadok. You 6'7", and that's a lot. But that's a lot right there. You about what, 6 foot? What?
Huh? Oh no, sis. I'm only 6'4". I'm not that tall. I'm not 6'7".
That's just 3 inches. Seriously?
Yeah, but this is the thing. I'm not. It doesn't have to be normal, which is why everyone isn't that size. But him being that size, does it mean that he's not that he's not a descendant of Noah? What size are the descendants of Noah? What size are they? Do we have can anyone get the ruler? Can we read in the text the average size of the descendants of Noah? I don't think we can, right? And so I'm just using the point to make this extremely large individual doesn't make him okay, put it like this. Check this out. 2 Samuel 21:17. Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, secured him and smote the Philistine and killed him. And the men of David swear unto him, saying, you shall no more go out with us to battle. Now, who was this? He fought with a guy whose name was Ishbabanab, who was of the sons of the giant, and the weight of his spear was 300 shekels in brass weight. And he girded a new sword. And Abishai, David's nephew, killed, bro, just like David did, right? And it says, and it came to pass after this, that there was again a battle with the Philistines at Gob. Then Sibbecai, the Hushathite, slew Soph, which was one of the sons of the giant. And there was again a battle in Gob with the Philistines, where Elhanan, the son of Jeroham, a Bethlehemite, slew the brother of Goliath the Gittite. The staff of his spear was like a weaver's beam. And there was a battle in Gath, where there was a man of great stature that had on every hand 6 fingers, and on his feet 6 toes, right? And he also was born to the giant. So it says these 4 were born to the giant in Gath and fell by the hand of David and by the hand of his servants. This man is called the giant because he's bigger than everybody, and his sons inherited his size. That is not normal to us. But you know what's interesting? The first time that I stood next to a wax statue, I guess you would call it, who they had as the world tallest man back in the 1900s, it was a white man, 8.5 feet tall. And if you come to Niagara Falls, Canada, if you go to Canada, they have they got like this little Las Vegas looking strip called Clifton Hill. They got the Wax Museum. If you go to the Wax Museum, as soon as you walk to it, right in front of it is this man. And guess what his people called him? They called him the giant. But he was a white man, and they know his mama and his daddy. And this is what's interesting. His parents weren't that size, but he grew to be 8.5 feet tall, and they got a wax replica of him made. And when tourists come from all over the world, they stop and they take pictures with it. Now, like you said, Sister E, I'm 6'4". My wife took a picture of me next to it, and this represent a man who is almost 3 feet taller than I am. I look like a baby in the picture next to him. So that's all I'm saying. I mean, if people want to make it more than that, that's fine, y'all, but y'all just not going to be able to read it in the scripture. Y'all caught up in the name Zumim, Amim, and all of a sudden they like, uh-oh, who is that? Where are they from? Well, read to me where they from. And if you can't read to me where they from, then you, on the other side of that scale, you can't tell me where they aren't from either. That's all. If we can't say where they from, you can't say where they're not from. All you know is they were there.
Yep.
That's all. So, hey, sis, I appreciate the opportunity coming back on here, getting smoke. And if any of you listening in the audience want smoke, because y'all know Sister E ain't gonna stay on here all night, yo, y'all come holler at me in the dojo tonight at actually in about 3 hours or so at 8 p.m. I'm gonna be in the Bible dojo doing the presentation. Y'all always invited over there, especially for a couple of y'all who said y'all miss me. Well, come see me, man. Zadok the God Hopham. See, that's my channel. Come to the Bible dojo tonight.
What you talking about tonight?
We're gonna deal with what it meant that Christ that in Daniel 9, that's the text that we use to establish that Christ was the one, was the Messiah who came and confirmed the covenant with many for 1 week, and in the midst of the week he died. I was told, well, how was that him confirming the covenant for 1 week if he died in the midst of it? Well, I believe I'm gonna effort to show tonight that Christ did confirm the covenant for a full week. He did, even though he died in the flesh, in the midst of it.
Well, that's cool. I will definitely be there. So I know everybody go check out Zadok. I'm gonna listen in tonight. So everybody check them out, and I will be there. That'll be an interesting conversation. Very interesting conversation. So
no doubt, good sister. Well, Godspeed to you. Go get your food and all that. You know what I mean?
well, thank you, my brother.
No doubt, no doubt. Shalom to
All
you.
right, what shalom, my brother. Well, everybody, y'all have a blessed rest of your day. I am going to go and get something to eat so that I can check out the dojo. I'm still tired and recuperating. Like I said, I didn't get in last night till like 3 o'clock and didn't go to bed till like, about 3, 4 o'clock. I didn't go to bed till about 5. So I'm still recouping. I'm not young anymore. But I have a whole crew of people that I came up with from Memphis that's here. So we all hung out last night. So I am still recuperating. I'm getting ready to go get my food and chill. So y'all have a good rest of your day off. I will see y'all on Thursday. Thursday again will be a great conversation. I got to get the format together because I got to make sure we all kind of stay on course and the conversation doesn't go left. But I'll see y'all on Thursday. All right. Thanks, guys. Y'all have a good one. Love y'all.